code 203 is,
Yeah, hang on.
the record.
Oh, yeah.
Rename them.
Okay, so area code 203 253-7597. You're muted right now, but if you could let one of us know who you are so that we know that you're up for that you're going to present in some way. Yeah, they're still muted. Oh, asked to unmute. Okay.
Hi, how are you? This is the 203 number identifying myself. John Trudell.
John
13
Trudell.
Union
Okay.
Street. Yep.
Great.
13 Union Street under new business.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks a lot. You got that?
Got it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Kathy,
Yes.
we have a quorum and
Yes.
it's 4:34. So should I commence?
You shall commence.
All right, great. Okay, folks, we're going to start this meeting off with our script from the remotely conducted open meetings. As a preliminary matter, this is Ray Pohl, Chairman of the Nantucket Historic District Commission. Permit me to confirm that all members and persons anticipated on this agenda are present and can hear me. Diane Coombs. Oh, sorry. Members, when I call your names, please respond in the affirmative. Diane Coombs.
Aye.
Thank you, Diane. Abby Camp.
Aye.
Thank you, Abby. Stephen Welch.
Aye.
Thank you, Stephen. And this is the chair, Ray Pohl, for the record. Now, staff, when I call your names, please respond in the affirmative. Kathy Flynn.
Present.
Thank you. Holly Backus.
Present.
Very good. Thank you very much. Anticipated speakers will be noted as they appear on the applications. Good afternoon. This is an open meeting of the Nantucket Historic District Commission. It's being conducted remotely consistent with Governor Baker's executive order dated March 12th, 2020, due to the current state of emergency in the Commonwealth due to the outbreak of COVID-19. In order to mitigate the transmission of COVID-19, we have been advised and directed by the Commonwealth to suspend public gatherings. And as such, the governor's order suspends the requirement for the open meeting law to have all meetings in a publicly accessible physical location. Further, all members of public bodies are allowed and encouraged to participate remotely. The order, which you can find posted with agenda materials for this meeting, allows public bodies to meet entirely remotely, so long as reasonable public access is afforded so that the public can follow along with the deliberations of the meeting. Ensuring public access does not ensure public participation unless such participation is required by law. This meeting will not feature public comment. For this meeting, the Nantucket Historic District Commission is convening by video conference via Zoom app as posted on the town's website, identifying how the public may join. Please note that this meeting is being recorded and that all attendees are participating by video conference. Accordingly, please be aware that other people may be able to see you and to take care not to screen share your computer. Anything that you broadcast may be captured in the recording. All of the supporting materials that have been provided to the members of this body are now available on the town's website unless otherwise noted. The public is encouraged to follow along using the posted agenda unless the chair notes otherwise. We're now turning to the first item on the agenda. Before we do so, permit me to cover some ground rules for effective and clear conduct of our business and to ensure accurate meeting minutes. The chair will introduce each speaker on the agenda. After they conclude their remarks, the chair will go down the line of members, inviting each by name to provide any comment, questions, or motions. And please hold until your name is called. Further, please remember to mute your phone or computer when you're not speaking, and remember to speak clearly and in a way that helps generate accurate minutes. For any response, please wait until the chair yields the floor and state your name before speaking. If members wish to engage in a conversation with other members, please do so through the chair, taking care to identify yourselves. Finally, each vote taken tonight will be conducted via roll call vote, as we have been doing for the last several months. Okay, that's the boilerplate. And now moving right along, if someone could move to approve tonight's agenda. Kathy, I should ask in advance if there's any modifications to this agenda.
Yes, Mr. Chair. So the amended agenda I emailed you all earlier today is not posted on the town website, just to make you aware.
But we're following the amended.
Yes, we are following that agenda. So
Now, the only difference between the penultimate agenda, the one that's posted on the website, and the one that we're looking at, or at least the one that I'm looking at, is the addition of one item, right? Kathy?
yes, so 62 Boulevard, which I checked with the Director of Planning. And
Kathy,
yes,
I'm hearing some background
Yes,
noise.
yeah.
Whoever's speaking there, could they mute?
yeah, I'm gonna ask them. It's me, and I've got people in the office. That's why.
Okay, so
Still.
we don't want to mute you.
No,
Okay. So,
but you can. But
No, I'd rather not right now.
So-
That's the only change, right?
yeah, so yeah, this came in. It's a staff error. So I checked with the Director of Planning. He said it was fine to put it on the agenda. And I checked with Diane, who is acting chair on this application, and she said it was fine as well.
Okay, so then,
I move that we approve the agenda.
okay, that sounds just fine, Diane. Thank you for that. Stephen Welch,
Aye.
thank you. Abby,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
thank you. And the chair is in favor, motion carries. So that agenda is approved. Before we move along to the consent agenda, are there any things posted on email regarding comment?
Nothing on YouTube, no, sir.
Okay, YouTube, sorry. Okay, then we're going to move along to the consent agenda. Now, I need to recuse from consent, or at least some of them. Does anyone else, do any of you other board members need to recuse? Because you could move forward. If none of you need to recuse, you do have a quorum. Diane would chair, and then we could get it all finished. So it doesn't sound like there's anyone else that needs to recuse from the consent agenda. So Diane, could you chair that one for me?
Yes, shall we start with 3 and go down to 26?
No, I will recuse.
Okay,
You're chairing, and you have a board of Abby and Stephen and yourself, so that is a quorum. And so
Okay,
you
so
can
we'll go-
basically do the whole agenda, the whole consent agenda, that is, if you would like.
okay. Yep, I would like a motion to approve from 1 to 26 on the consent agenda.
So moved.
Thank you. Abby,
Aye.
Steve,
Aye.
me, Diane, I. That's good. So next we go to consent with conditions, and Mr. Pohl can take over.
Okay, well, I think that we can all sit on this one. So we have 7 consent with conditions items. If
Mr.
anyone, yes, sir, Stephen.
I'd like to, just out of an abundance of caution with the ground,
Rating.
the solar tracker, I'd like to get a clarification on number 6, 15 Margaret's Way. And I'd like to pull number 5, 30 Burnell Street for an amended motion.
Let me make sure I get this straight. So do you have a question on number 6?
I have a question on number 6. I just wanted to confirm, Kathy, through you, Mr. Chair, that solar tracker is that flower tracker that we saw?
Yes.
Okay, so no further questions on 6. And then I would just ask that we hold 5 to take up as the next order of business with an amended motion.
Okay, I want to make sure that I understand that one. So are you saying that you would rather that does not go under conditions, consent with conditions, that you would like to review it?
Unless you'd entertain an amended motion at this point, whatever's simpler for you. The end result of it is I just would like to have it be it's due to lack of visibility. And I would like to add at time of inspection and thereafter.
Oh,
So however you want to
you
handle it.
you just want to change the language.
Yeah, I just wanted to amend the approval condition.
Why don't we
Well,
take a look at it?
Well, okay.
You've got
Mr.
it
Chair,
up.
Before
have it
we
on the
go down
screen.
that path, let me think about this for a moment. I'm just thinking about protocol here. And are we allowed to sort of take something out of the consent with conditions and
And look at it, yes.
basically review it?
Yes.
Well,
Yes.
Well, before we all say yes on that, I want to point something out, okay? So oftentimes, let's just say my office has something on consent. Well, we don't bother getting on to represent the project because because theoretically it's not being reviewed, that it's already been reviewed and approved for consent. So if the idea here is to simply add more teeth to the with conditions portion of this, I don't have any objections to it because it's not substantially different than that. But if we're going to actually review this and discuss it, I would like to at least give the applicant a chance to participate in that discussion. Does everyone understand that?
I agree.
Okay, should I make a motion to hold that particular 30 Burnell Street then?
Just for clarity through you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
I'm comfortable. I mean, the condition is due to lack of visibility. This is just a reinforcement. If you would take a modification of the condition, we could do that and then vote it under consent with conditions, or we could do it as a separate item. Or if you wish, I would ask, I have no intention.
Hey, Stephen, sorry, not to interrupt, but
Yeah, no,
Tim is actually in the waiting room wanting to be admitted, so we can make short work of this. No, but I do want to ask something, Abby.
Yes.
Okay, Tim. Unmute yourself, friend. You're not on mute. I think you just did.
I do.
There you go. Okay. So Tim, maybe you've been following along with what's going on, but you have this consent with conditions item number 5 on consent with conditions. Now, Stephen Welch wants to add teeth to the due to lack of visibility, so to add some language to that, which I was okay with, but it sounds like maybe Abby wants to review this too, and I don't know what her motivations are. So are you okay with us reviewing this now that you're able to participate in the discussion?
Sure. Fortunately, I am here. Yes, and happy to entertain the discussion.
Okay. All right. Well, then that's what I'm going to do. So, Abby, what are your comments, concerns, questions?
So first of all, it's the I've seen the flower thing downtown at the fairs.
This is not that.
It's
Okay.
not that. It's not that. It's a regular 20-panel tracker. We've got about half a dozen of them on the island. And we only install them in places where there is.
Hang on,
Okay.
hang on. Tim, we're not discussing item number 6. We're discussing item number 5, which is a ground array.
Yep, on 30 Burnell.
yes.
Yep,
Right?
correct. Whichever one you want
Oh.
to talk about.
Well,
Mr. Chair, would you like me to put it up on the screen?
wait, okay. So, all right, Stephen.
Sorry,
I'm going to go back to you for a second. So you had a question about number 6, and it sounded like you were satisfied on number 6. So that's off the table now?
yes, sir.
Sorry, for
Yes,
clarity
Kathy.
purposes.
What?
I just wanted to clarify that it's not a flower. It's a 16 to 20 foot solar tracker. number 6 is not a flower.
Correct.
Okay, so.
Okay, I just
Ray-
wanted to let you.
Wait a
Ray,
second.
why don't can we just bring that up so we can get rid of it? Just see, could we just open it, that application to see?
Okay, all right.
Here.
So apparently, Tim, just so you know, we are going to be looking at both 5 and 6. So let's look at 6 first. Let the record reflect. Let the record reflect that Val Oliver has joined us, I believe about 5 minutes ago. Hello, Val.
Hi. Sorry I'm late.
That's okay. Nice to have you here. Thank you. Val, so you're off of this, but we're going to just take a little detour and review items 5 and 6 under consent with conditions. Okay.
This, I think, is the tracker.
This is the tracker. So this would be item number 6.
Yep, the tracker is on Margaret's Way, 15 Margaret's Way. So 15 Margaret's Way, it is where you can see from the locus map, it's in a very secluded part of the island. It's a large parcel of land. There are no roads anywhere near the location of this. It's not going to be visible from anywhere, which is why we went in with the tracker. From a solar efficiency standpoint, the trackers are about 30% more efficient. But as I think someone might have alluded to, early in the day and late in the evening, that's when they're sort of like more upright as the sun comes up and the sun goes down. But in the middle of the day, they go very flat because the sun is very high.
Mm-hmm.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
From this, Mr. Cressman has an old solar array up there that did follow the sun. Is this about the same shape and size as his present one in the back of his property?
I'm not sure if it's on this property.
I don't
as
think
well.
it is. It's on the neighboring property.
Yeah,
Well,
there's a
Cressman,
ground array on the neighboring property
Yep,
off
okay.
of Eat
But
Fire
still-
Spring.
he owns that too. So it's about the same size and shape as the old one on the other property?
No.
No, the one
The
the
other one is
solar
a
array.
ground array.
It's actually smaller than the ground array.
Okay. All right. 'Cause
Okay. Thank you, Diane. So Abby,
Yes.
did you have concerns about this? To reiterate here, Stephen brought this up because he wanted to add some teeth to the due to lack of visibility,
Right.
which we will talk about, but what are your?
Okay, I was just going to ask to see a picture of it.
Yeah.
Okay, so when they say, so the height is, what is the height, Tim, at its
20
highest point of the
20
day?
feet.
What?
20 feet,
20 feet, okay.
When it's totally vertical, it's 20 feet tall.
which when you think about it is less than a single story building.
Okay, yeah, so I think I've actually been out to that house for some reason, I can't remember. And I've been down that driveway and I do believe would be really hard to see that. So I'm okay with this.
Okay, so Stephen, unless you have something else to say, I believe that you wanted to add language to the due to lack of visibility condition, simply saying at the time of inspection and thereafter in perpetuity. Would that be accurate?
Sure.
Okay, so we're going to add that language to this, but we're going to vote these through as a block. So that's the language that's going to be added to item number 6. And at the time, due to lack of visibility at the time of inspection and thereafter. Okay.
That's my motion.
Well, actually, no, hold the motion because we're going to go now and talk about item number 5 because hopefully we're going to vote these through as a block. meaning all of the consent with conditions. Okay, so what were the issues, if any, on our 30 Burnell, which is a ground array? Here we
So
go.
the
There it
reason
is.
I brought that up was simply, again, to add at time of inspection or they're not visible at time of inspection thereafter.
Oh, okay, all right, fair
And
enough.
in part, it was because there's quite a few trails there, and I wasn't sure if it was land bank property. I don't think it is. I think it's Sconset Trust property. But it just seemed like, hey, if it's not visible, add the language. I certainly did not intend a big discussion at this point in the meeting, but that's okay too.
Okay, is everybody else comfortable with that, or do we have any additional
I
questions?
just have a question. It looks like from the drawing that is it on the Tursic property or on the, on the Sconset Trust property?
It's on their property.
It's
Okay,
on
but
the-
when you look at the, yeah, see that
Oh, that little overlay?
cross patch?
That's a habitat overlay. That's not their property. The blue line is their property.
Okay, and and part of their property is habitat. Okay, so I actually know this property too for some reason. I think yeah, so I'm okay with this.
Okay,
And yeah,
all right. So if there's no further discussion, what we're going to be doing is to items 5 and 6, we're simply adding the language, appending it to the due to lack of visibility, saying at the time of inspection and thereafter in perpetuity. So what the motion would be, if somebody could make this, is to approve the consent with conditions agenda as modified.
So moved.
Thank you, Stephen. Okay. Diane.
Aye.
Thank you, Diane. Abby.
aye.
Thank you, Stephen.
Aye.
Chairs in favor. Thank you. Motion carries. Okay, now we're to signs. Kathy, got anything for us on signs?
I do. So
Okay.
number 1 was approved.
As
Big
submitted.
approval, as submitted.
Okay, can I have a motion?
Make a motion to approve, number 1.
Thank you, Diane. Abby.
Aye.
Stephen.
Aye.
Val.
Aye.
Diane.
Aye.
Chairs in favor. Motion carries. How about the other 2?
Number 2 and 3 were held for representation.
Okay, very good. So can we have a motion to hold?
Make a motion to hold 2 and 3 on the sign.
Thank you, Diane. Abby.
Aye.
Stephen.
Aye.
Val.
Aye.
Diane.
Aye.
Here's in favor, motion carries. Okay, that's signs. Old business. Eliza Silva. I know they're on dock. We got our board on that is myself, Abby, Val, Stephen, no Jesse tonight, alternate Coombs. No,
Right.
okay, so this says having video issues. What does that mean, Kathy?
That was what was on the minutes from the last time it was
Well,
heard.
does that mean that she's on or not on?
No, that's a good question. Terry's on.
I mean, we have a 4-person board.
Yeah, I think you have enough to go through, obviously.
Okay,
So,
so,
yeah.
okay,
Well, at some point I was on it because I said we're 16 Helen and there was no 18. And the 20 belonged, hooked up with the property down on My Comet Avenue belonging to Ron, but I don't care.
Diane, the only reason it's in question at all is because on the little red, the list of commissioners has you down as an alternate, but it does say that you were having video issues. So perhaps maybe the last time this was reviewed, you might have blanked out for a while. So,
It doesn't matter. I just explaining what it was.
yeah, okay. Well, you were certainly on it, but it's probably better just to proceed with the 4 of us with that notation. Okay, so we have some revisions to look at, I guess.
No, I think it was to track.
Oh,
We, Mr. Chair, we had
It's a
actually,
few.
I think we did a view, but it wasn't carried over. It was tracking, but it wasn't carried over with the House due to miscommunication. And so I believe I motioned to bring it up first on the agenda today so that we could dispense with it.
Okay, so do we need anybody to explain anything, or are we moving forward?
No, I think motion to approve is submitted.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is there any discussion on that motion?
Just not visible at time of inspection thereafter.
Yes,
We-
I amend my motion to include that language.
Okay,
Thanks, Phil.
so Silva's, I know that you're on board, so all we're doing is we're approving this with the condition that that the pool is not visible at the time of inspection and thereafter in perpetuity, which is basically a language that we append to basically every single pool application just to cover ourselves. So the motion is on the table. Let's see, Stephen made the motion, so Val.
Aye.
Thank you, Abby.
Aye.
Thank you, Stephen.
Aye.
Very good. Chairs in favor, motion carries. So that's that. Thanks, guys. All right, now we're on to new business, and it looks like Lisa's got a few, so I'm going to recuse, obviously, from those.
Need to recuse on this one
Yes.
because I am giving the house from across the street.
Oh, okay. All right, just to be clear, I'm recusing from 1, 2, 3 items. 1, 2, well, it's obvious. Any of the Botticelli and Pullwoods, I'm recused from. So,
Mine is only number one.
okay, Diane, I'm hoping that you might be able to chair this for me. She muted? Let's see, where did Diane go? Oh, Diane is muted, yeah. Ask her
Yes, she
when-
is.
As soon as you ask if she's muted, she pops up.
I just asked her to unmute, so once she gets on, I will get off.
There she is. Well, here's her video.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Nope, that's no problem. I'm going to mute out now, okay? Thanks, Diane.
Okay, so now we go to 62 the Boulevard,
Yes.
which is moving on cottage from 61 Boulevard, right?
Yes. So this is the cottage that Val had had approval to remove from the lot across the street from my client. And he was very upset that it already had a home when he found out about it, but it turned out that that fell through a few weeks ago. So we're scrambling to get HGC approval so we can get a building permit so that they can move the building by the middle of September. So this was the plan I submitted to get it on the application. The garage has already been approved on consent, which is also coming from 61. And then it's the existing building. I did just email an alternate site plan to Kathy that the kids have now are interested in exploring where the building would rotate and have more of a relationship to the parents' main house, which is a one-story house on 60. So I think this is the plan that we want to get approved as opposed to the original one that I submitted.
Okay, so you want to get this one accepted with the 2 red buildings drawn
Yeah,
up.
this is, the garage hasn't changed position. It just oriented to be perpendicular to the existing main house. The
Okay,
garage was in the corner, but the house was rotated 90 degrees basically to run parallel to the main house rather than perpendicular.
okay,
So I think
all right,
there's,
so,
if Holly goes back to the original application, I can describe which elevations face which direction
okay,
in the pictures. So this is the front. This would face the boulevard. This one would face, hold on, I gotta get my, if that's facing the boulevard, then this is facing towards the existing house, towards 62. This would be facing west, I believe. So towards the septic system. And then this would be facing towards the garage. That end, that's kind of a funny picture, sorry. Not sure what that is. This end would be facing towards the garage.
Okay, so that is what it's going to be. This is the,
That was the floor plan that we got from the previous, from Val.
okay. So that is good. So, Stephen, would you like to begin?
Yeah, I don't have any concerns with this. I think this is appropriate.
Good.
Glad it found a home.
Yeah, and it's right across the street. It couldn't be better.
Yeah.
Is this all that's going there? That's all that's going to be on that lot?
That in the garage from the same property that went through on consent.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with it.
Okay, and I, as Chairman, Diane, do not have a problem with it either. So, can I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Thank you. Abby?
Aye.
Thank you, Stephen.
Aye.
And Diane, me, yes, aye. So that is a full approval.
Great.
Thank you.
Diane, the next application we were going to hold because I would really like a 5-member board, so I'm hoping that Jesse will be back. That was 121 Matticat Road.
I don't think Jesse's coming tonight.
No, I know that, so I want to hold until the next old business hearing or the next new business hearing, whatever
I'll
yours.
make that motion.
All right, thank you. Stephen,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
and me, aye. So we're holding 121 Matticat Road for
Right.
the next convenient meeting. The next one is 15 Austin Lock Way, the Mandels.
Yes, this is fairly small addition. I think it's 118 square feet or something of that nature. It is adding a single-story addition and then a second-floor addition on an upside-down house that exists. And I did send some updated drawings, I think yesterday, or Tammy sent them to, I don't know if these have that in there. It was including a couple of skylights that she wanted and a deeper back porch. But we'll see.
I don't have a site plan. Excuse me, how far down is it on Austin Lock?
It's on the right. It's not too far down. It's maybe halfway if you blow up on the,
They
if you're
got that.
headed to the beach, it's on the right.
Yep,
Yeah, it's about halfway.
okay.
The house was originally built by Gwynn Thorson. I mean, it's got to be, let me think, my daughter's 30. I would say about 25 years ago, maybe more.
Yeah, that's when he was going strong.
So the changes that we're proposing on the front is it actually had 2 interior chimneys. One was fake. Well, they both were fake. Essentially, we want to remove one and put one as an exterior to move the fireplace mass outside of the mass of the main room upstairs because it's fairly tight.
Okay,
And then those were the only changes on the front. The side, this is the kitchen, which is facing the water. She wants to add a lot more glazing on the side facing the water. Other than that, this is the addition to the side where you see the skylights and then the added porch off the back. Basically taking the porch that exists because we added the addition and pushing it out, the porch out beyond the new addition now towards the rear.
okay,
That's the elevation. And so you can see the difference between the corner boards coming protruding forward versus what's there now. Everything's in one plane. And then the porch extending out. And just some
right, all right. And we have one more.
Yeah, and that's the side where we, again, adding a skylight and pulling the chimney out and basement access below grade to a new basement. But the location of the house doesn't change. It's a lift up and put back down just with a adding a basement.
You're adding basically a very small part of the addition and the and the porch
In the basement, yes.
and basement, but that's underneath. It doesn't show that. All righty. So, Abby, would you like to begin?
I was muted. I was wondering, instead of skylights, I realize it's an upside down house, but, so I guess dormers wouldn't be substituted for those skylights instead, would they? Just the skylights are, a dormer would be like an acceptable architectural feature, the way the skylights, we don't have, nobody seems to like skylights.
I could ask that question of the client. I mean, there is a skylight already existing on the north side
Mhm.
on a different roof plane. So I think that was the rationale
But-
for.
Other than that, I think it looks fine. And I just want to hear what other board members have to say about a dormer instead of a skylight. It's like a doghouse dormer.
Diane,
Okay.
I'll go.
All righty.
I know this house well. I know this area well. I know the Mandels. To me, I understand what Abby's saying about skylights, but I think they're the simplest thing to not change the whole entire roof system. It's a very simple addition. I think it's appropriate, and I would vote in favor of this addition.
All right. Thank you. Stephen?
Yeah, so just while we're on the skylight, I'm looking at the east, I'm looking at the south, I'm looking at the west and the north.
Too many.
All I see is an existing skylight on the north. What am I missing here?
There's another skylight on the north too. There's two.
Can you just point me in the right direction?
You got to go one down, one more sheet, Holly.
Oh, sorry, I'm looking at the drawings that we have in the pack. Let me
Yeah.
look on the screen like everybody
An
else.
existing one that's up higher. I mean, we could also raise the skylights that I put in, but that one's up higher because it's being choked in by the other gable. So we had a little bit more room here, so we put them a little lower, but they can certainly go higher, and we could match the size of the existing skylight as well.
Gotcha. I think that the skylight is less kind of a do no harm thing along Val's comment, just because I think that a dormer up that high is going to draw some odd attention. So that's my comment on that. I would suggest that an east elevation, shifting the chimney is actually beneficial. I'd ask that, let's see here, on the south elevation, and if you look at the west elevation, is it the west? Oh, so if you look at the east elevation, prefatory comments on the south elevation. The doors on the second floor, Lisa, have the side lights with a full width casing separating the side lights from the French door. I presume those are not small doors. I think it might be kind of nice if you were able to work it into your program to pick that up on the south elevation with the ganged windows on the outer two. It just looks, I don't know, it just looks a little blocky. I think it might actually just create a little bit different rhythm. So that's something, if it works, I'd suggest. Other than that, I have no comments.
Okay, so keep 3 ganged in the middle, but then having a little bit more casing and then one on either side.
Yeah, maybe like a 1x4, even a 1x3 width, just something a little bit, and it picks up that the vocabulary from the second floor east.
Okay. Let's try to get everybody through before we go back and forth, okay? I am not usually one for mulled windows, as you all know. But somehow the 5 up there in that gable don't disturb me as much. Perhaps if we had 2 and 2, I'd like to see it. My other major thing is I thought we had a sort of a rule of one skylight per roof, and it was in the upper 2/3 of the roof.
Right.
There are not hundreds of skylights, but there are a lot of skylights, and I think that in this particular location on Austin Lock, there is not a lot of trees and stuff around to hide them. I think I would suggest removing several of them, so you only had one on a roof, not two like on the north, whether it's on a deeper roof or the one in the front. I think we should, that one on the north is right in the middle of that roof. And I don't think it's good there. That's my only comment, and working out those 5 windows. That looks out onto the water, right?
Yes, that does. And I
Lisa?
like Stephen's suggestion of maybe doing the 3 with the 1x3 and then another one, just to kind of give it a little bit of character.
Yeah, see how it works that way. But I that's the view, and we try and accommodate them to somewhat. So what motion do you want to make? Do you want to hold for minor
No,
revisions?
I think this can go through staff. I would make a motion to approve as submitted. I know that those seem like they're on the same roof plane, but in fact, they're bisected by that gable where the chimney is. So I don't think they'll be perceived in reality as the same roof plane. I mean, whether they go up a little higher or not, that's up to you guys, but I think it's appropriate as submitted.
Okay. Abby.
Also, I heard from my board members, and they seem to think the skylights are okay. Although now that I'm okay with the skylights, I think the H looks a little scrawny, like maybe it could be the same outline. See that B window underneath it, the H? I don't know, maybe it could relate better if it were the same dimensions as that. It's just a thought. And I liked Stephen's idea of putting a thicker board in between the windows. I don't know if you lose a window that way, but could we scroll down to the ganged windows?
I think he was just suggesting it between the outer 2, which you wouldn't lose a window.
Yeah, correct.
Oh, I see, and just keep them like tight. Okay, so
Yeah.
I agree with that, though. I think that would give it a little more strength.
Yep.
To trim that out a little thicker.
Okay.
So we have a motion on the boards. So Abby.
Yeah. So what the motion is to plump up the trim on the south elevation on those gang windows?
The motion is to approve as submitted.
But I'm willing to make that addition to my motion.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm fine with that. Too. Thank you.
Thank you. Stephen?
Yeah, I agree with Val's amended motion. If I understand it correctly, it's to allow through staff with the windows on the flanking windows on the south second floor to be separated by a slightly wider mullion.
That's
okay. All right, so Val,
Aye.
Stephen, did you say aye?
I'm an aye.
Okay, and I am a no.
Oh.
So it's 3-1.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. And the next one is.
The next 3 are John Adams Lane.
Yes.
Right off of the cliff.
That's the pool and the hardscaping and the cabana. Do you want to take them all individually, or did you want to look at them all at the same
Kind of
time?
theoretically look at them at the same time, because I think a lot of this discussion is going to be on lack of visibility.
Okay, well, that's what I thought. It would work out better.
Yeah,
So,
save you guys some time. This is, if you look at the locust map, it shows that it's down this very long shell driveway that's actually called John Adams Lane. But is there a locus on that set? Maybe on my set. Well, I have it on my reduction.
we saw it at another time.
Yeah, it's down a long, narrow, seemingly shared driveway with.
Go to maybe the studio, the pool house. Holly, maybe that'll have a locus just to show the, there it is.
That's good. All righty. What would you like us to look at?
See that, that's it back there. There's a long driveway here that leads down to John Adams Lane. So it
Yeah.
doesn't have any visual impact from the cliff. And then on the backside, it's landlocked. There's the Andrew Cochin project is right next to it, the big one. And then behind it is Hinkley Lane. Or not Hinkley Lane, another property on Hinkley Lane. So I think there's, so the access out, you can see the driveway coming in from Cliff Road on the left-hand side. The pool and the pool house
Right.
are behind the building.
Okay. And you,
So I mean, I can just tell you the first, why don't we do the pool first? The pool is, hold on. Pool and spa, 18 by 44 pool. The spa is 8 by 10. It's going to be a lot light granite coping. The pool itself is going to be tiled. The color is yet to be determined, but sort of a soft green color. And then I think the fencing, other
you
than,
got lawn all.
yeah, all lawn. There's fencing in the vegetation, which is quite thick around the property, and there are a couple of gates. There's a moon gate by the, down on the page south, and then there's just a simple gate page north.
Okay, the pool gate comes around, it doesn't go all the way to the front of the property, right?
No.
Okay,
It goes, you'll see it on the site plan. It goes from the basement walkout. It's going to sort of tie into that on one side. I keep
then it
pointing
stops,
my finger, and then on the opposite side, on the left side.
yeah. Stops at that single gate,
Yeah.
gateway. Okay.
The
All
gate
right.
is right now natural to weather, although I have a feeling they would want to probably paint the one on the right with the moon gate white. But again, I would think lack of visibility, the garage is in front of it, probably the color white for there would be okay.
All right. So, Stephen, would you like to begin?
Yeah, I have no concerns.
All righty, thank you. Abby?
Looks good to me.
All right, and Val?
I have no concerns with the pool and the hardscaping. I just want to peep at the cabana.
Yeah, I was just talking about the pool, just to be clear.
Oh,
Okay,
okay.
let's make
I
it,
thought we were going to do them on a block. Sorry.
Oh,
Okay.
let's. So now is the cabana.
Well,
Should
should
we
we,
stick
house,
with the
what-
hardscaping?
yeah.
Yeah, you
Okay,
want to go on with hardscaping, you certainly may.
the hardscaping is just at the front. There's a gravel drive court at the end of the driveway. There's some lawn. There is a stone retaining wall, which they gave samples of, and their walkways. There was already a stone retaining wall there, but it's in a different location. It's a slightly different looking wall. I could pull up a picture or send Holly a picture of that wall that exists, if you think that that's an important part of the discussion.
Through you, Madam Chair, can I get a clarification on that comment? Lisa, the stone retaining wall shown on labeled A, shown on L 0.04, is that representative of what's going to be installed, or is
Yeah.
it stone below it on the house?
No, that's a representative of what's going to be installed.
Okay,
That's the
and then,
walls.
okay, and not that it has anything to do with my judgment on this, but I was just curious, is this going to be this looks like it could be either the solid laid or the thick cut veneer, do you know?
It's going to be a thick cut veneer. I mean, it's going to have a concrete block core.
Yep, no, that's fine. Again, it has nothing to do with my qualitative assessment. I was just curious. It looks the same. They're indistinguishable. I've used the product. I was just curious what you were using. Thank you.
And if you want to see the existing conditions of the wall that is there, that's being changed, I can certainly send those to you. But there are stone walls in front of this house as it exists today, just a different type.
Thank you. No concerns, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Val,
I have no concerns as well.
okay, Abby,
Stephen keeps bringing up these things. But I was concerned about, so it's not actually like hand laid stone. It's
So it is.
like, it's got a cement core, and then you've
You're
stuck.
using a thick veneer though. It's not a solid stone wall, but it's 18 inches thick and there's an 8-inch core that's concrete block, and then you put in 6-inch stones. It's not the
Right.
2-inch stone.
But it doesn't look fake, right?
No.
Okay.
It preserves the stone because you can cut a stone in half
No.
and use it twice.
Yeah.
I've just seen like a cobblestone. There's an example on North Liberty where it looked like they stuck cobblestones into like wet cement. It looks terrible. But so I didn't want that to happen. So I'm just, thank
No,
you.
it doesn't look like the picture that we submitted.
Thank you. No concerns.
okay, so that's done, and now let's, the pool
Well,
house,
motion to approve.
you want to approve the landscaping now, all right? So may I have a motion to approve the applied for landscaping?
Motion to approve, Madam Chair.
All right, thank you. Abby,
Aye.
thank you, Steve,
Aye.
and Val,
Aye.
and me, I also, so that's a full 4 member. So the next one is the cabana or pool house or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
We didn't officially
Do we have,
make a motion to approve the pool, but I would do that without looking at it based on the hardscaping.
I thought we did.
Did we?
Well, we can always do it
yeah,
again.
I thought we
Sure.
did.
I thought you guys started to do it as a group and then
Oh.
you got waylaid, so I'm not so sure what's ever done.
Motion to approve the pool at 4 John Adams as submitted.
Oh. We'll do the. All right, thank you. I was, Abby, this is to approve the pool as submitted.
Yes, I thought that was part of the landscaping. Sorry. Yes, I'm okay with that.
So in there, okay, and Val,
Aye.
and Stephen,
Aye.
and I am an I also, so that's a full vote. So now we do the cabana.
Great. And this again, this building is behind the garage. It's a single story. I'm going to be honest with you, there are going to be design changes, but I would like to get sort of the concept of it approved and maybe the concept that the visibility is limited. So when the design changes come back, maybe it won't come to a meeting. But it's blocked by a 2-story garage, which is, right there. So it's going to have a stone fireplace. And then other than that, be pretty open, other than the 2 pods bathroom and sort of kitchen area that they want to be able to close off. So there might be some doors that close off that area, the kitchen.
Okay. Val, do you want to begin?
Sure. I don't necessarily have a problem with this structure. I am hoping it really can't be seen because I don't see why it needs dormers. Simple would be better, especially if it's open, but given where it's going, I think it's okay.
Alrighty. Stephen?
I agree with Val's comments.
Abby?
Lisa, I'm assuming this is such a specific design that it goes with the main house somehow? Like the stone and the dormers and the hips?
I think it is going to, when I come in with the revisions, it's going to go to the main house, go with the main house more. I
Okay,
think
good.
my goal with this was to, because we had already submitted and it got postponed, was just to proceed with at least having the footprint to get a building permit. But again, my plan is to come back with something that I think looks more like the main house. It has more of a gable roof. But I was thinking that we could establish that the visibility is so limited that maybe the next approval, which is really going to be a gable forward instead of those dormers, which is going to probably look more appropriate to the main house.
I would ask, is it going to be significantly higher? And what is the material that's running horizontally on that?
Well, it's not going to be significantly higher. I think the material question was whether or not we should do it out of like a white clapboard as opposed to shingle.
I would prefer a shingle if it can be seen at all.
Okay.
All right, my view on it is I don't like the dormers in the south elevation. I think it's a very clean cut and everything, and that just sort of makes it heavy. So I would not do that, and I go with Val and to have the place shingled. I think it would make a very simple and easily contained cabana.
So do you think
So-
it makes more sense to just hold this for revisions?
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think it's a little cart before the horse for me. If I knew that this related right back to the main house, I'd be a lot more willing to make, let the siding go and the dormers and the stonework.
Well, the stonework definitely relates to the house. I think I was just more thinking that because of the lack of visibility, there would be no place you'd see it from.
Mhm.
It wouldn't really matter. That's why I was going to proceed with it, but I'm happy to postpone it and bring revisions in for next week's meeting.
I think that sounds
All
good.
right, well,
Motion to hold for revisions.
thank you very much. Abby?
Sure, yes, fine.
Val?
Aye.
Stephen?
Aye.
And me, I also. So that will come in with revisions, and when you match it up with the main house. The next one is a new gym on 60 Wall Street.
Barn gym structure. So this
Barn
is
gym structure, okay.
this is the lot that you guys approved a garage on. And I can send these to you, Holly. I have some screenshots that show the garage, which might be helpful for you guys to see with this building. If you look at the site plan, it's at the very back of the property, in front of the house at 58 Wall Street that is currently under consideration. So let me just send these to Polly. So if you look at the site, if we go back to the site plan, the 60 Walsh is a kind of an odd shaped lot. 58 is right in front here. And then 60 sort of winds around behind that building. So we have already have gone approval for this building, which is a cottage and garage, 2-car garage. And this building sits in the back. And the concept with the building was to make it, the main mass of it with the cupola to feel like a barn. We had suggested that section of it be board and batten, natural to weather with white trim. And then the rest of the building is shingled. It's all 1-story structures. So the side that faces the street is the north elevation. But again, it's behind 58 Wall Street. The west elevation faces the yard. So there's no real visibility. The south elevation faces the back neighbor. Again, so no real visibility. And the east elevation faces, I mean, I think you'll probably see some of that over other buildings, I guess. I would have to look at the locust map and just sort of get a sense of that. But you might see the upper part of that. You're not going to see the first floor of it.
When I get that email, Madam Chair.
Hopefully I sent it to the right Holly.
Yes.
I think you probably did. I also have HSAB comments for
Oh.
the commission for your consideration, and I can read them as I'm trying to pull up my email.
Yes,
Kind of
please.
multitask here. So, the commission, the Historic Structures Advisory Board had comments. Wanted to know where the AC units were for the structure. They did not like the white, the white batten. The garage door, not necessary. Is that a wart for utilities? The deck on the rear may be visible from the other street. So there was actually a comment from them for you all to have this on a view.
Oh, for Brant Point Road?
Yes, there was concern on that. I don't want to get out of my email here. Bear with me for a second. Sorry guys, I'm trying to multitask and it's not working.
You can do it.
I know it's difficult when you don't have an actual mouse.
So is there an issue of seeing a deck, a first floor deck? Even if it is?
They wanted to know what was the visibility, but I got more comments. They like seeing different structures, the barn type. That was a good comment. The wanted to know what the overhead door was made out of. The horizontal panels were not appropriate. Should be a batten vertical board. The west side, with the visibility of the windows, there were concerns on light since they're fairly large. Sorry. All right, got it now.
Yeah.
And then the siding was not a fan, should be shingles was a comment. So now I'm gonna pull up the photos that Lisa sent me.
Okay, so
And then,
are you finished with those? Because I had a couple questions on their comments.
yes, absolutely. There's one more. The sliding glass doors were inappropriate. Should be a barn doors. Visibility was a concern. Okay, now I'm done.
Okay, so did they say something about white battens in the beginning? It was one of your first comments.
Yes. So
What is that?
look like, and that could have been what we were looking at on the application itself. That it said it was going to be white.
Just
Well,
the
that's-
trim, not the batten boards.
Just a trim.
Yeah, just the trim.
Okay.
Oh, I see, because it says white cedar shingles, other batten boards on main mass. Shingle natural, batten white. No, I can change that. The batten was intended to be natural.
Okay.
Just the
That
trim.
makes sense.
And then just the comment on the garage door that's facing, I think anything on the west is going to be, if you look at the site plan, invisible because of the house is in the way. But the garage door that faces south was intended to be a glass garage door, like sort of a, under the guise that it's invisible, more of a metal and glass garage door. Like a little bit industrial. Which maybe scares everybody, but that was the intent.
I think
All
that
right.
was their comment.
Abby, do you want to begin?
I do.
Can we see the, are these the only elevations? Didn't we see some before?
Yeah, we have other ones. This was
Yeah,
just to show the context with the other buildings.
Could we go back to those other elevations? But right off the bat, so this is on Brant Point, Walsh, right?
Yeah.
So I'm trying to, I think the cupola, I mean, I don't even know of a barn down there, so I'm at a loss for that. I think the cupola is inappropriate. I'd rather see the barn structure shingled instead of a board and batten, because I can't bring one up in my head that is down there unless, I mean, and I don't see the appropriateness of that on Brent Point. But I do like the innovative windows and the connector, but I think they were on the other elevations where you look into the main house, and I don't mind that sort of a modern look of those.
They're not visible. If you go back to the original drawings, Holly.
Yeah, can we go back to those original drawings or?
And then that does face back towards the main house. So if you
Yeah,
look at the
right.
site plan, there's a sort of a rectangular yard area that all that more contemporary glass opens
Right.
on. That
Yeah, I don't have a problem with that because it's looking in, and I don't see that as a problem. Thank you. Okay. Yeah. So yeah. So that's that. I think I've made all my comments. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Stephen?
Thanks, Madam Chair. So I tend to agree with Abby with respect to pretty much everything. The cupola, I would suggest cupola and wall finishes, perhaps an approval without what's proposed, but without prejudice, so that once the structure's up, come back. Or we could view it. It's going to be hard to get an indication of what that's going to look like without the structure there, I think.
I'd love to do that. I mean, I think that's perfectly fine.
So other than that, I have no concerns. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Abby? No, we've done Abby. Val?
For me, the only question of visibility is from Brant Point Road, not necessarily from Walsh, because it's behind another building. And I agree what's been said about the
Siding.
cupola and the siding and the garage door. I mean, really, that's the main thing that would be seen from Brant Point.
Maybe I should just put some barn doors over that.
That would probably be good if they'd ever be closed, or they will be closed.
I would agree with what's said. I think that the siding and the cupola should change. I also have just a slight consideration. If you see the site plan, is that with the exception of that one piece of land beside the barn, it goes from side to side. It's the pool house and all the rest stuff. No, that's that thing. The barn and the two buildings in front of it, it goes right on the line, except for that one piece of lawn.
Yep.
I just think it's a little crowded for down there. That's a lot of house on a small lot, but I will take it a thing for viewing, and if we could, would you want to have have a stakeout where the barn is so you can see it from uh, the back road?
I could put one height pole up maybe. I don't know
Yeah.
about, yeah. Just because
That
there's a
would be
house
good.
there right now that hasn't been moved. So I'd have to work around an existing building.
Yeah, I think
Okay.
that's the hard part is the structures that are there are not going to be there.
Right. I mean, you could get a sense of it. There's a house sitting on the lot. You could get a sense of how visible it's going to be from Brand Point Road. If there's a concern about the visibility from that side, you can see it because
Right.
there's a house there right now that hasn't been moved.
Well,
Just-
let's have a motion for hold for revisions and the view, hold for a view.
Just to be clear, Madam Chair, I was not calling for a view. I was just saying that if the cupola was going to be retained, I would suggest a view, even though I think it will be problematic to determine it from a view. So just to be
I
clear.
thought Lisa said that she wouldn't mind a view.
Well, I
At
mean,
all.
obviously, I would prefer not to have to view it. I would prefer to get an approval um, as submitted with, you know, the cupola gone and the siding to be determined after, to Steve's point, after the building is framed. That would be my preference.
That was my suggestion.
Well, I will just say this to everybody who's looking at this, the house next door that's going away, we've talked to Sana several times about the setbacks from the property lines, and I think everybody should keep that in mind.
I would have to say this is slightly different though, Val, from the perspective that that one is right up to the road. This is on the property lines, but it is behind another building. Do you know what I mean? Her building is right up to every property line, but it's right on the street. I guess. I don't
So
know.
is the new garage, I'm sorry, because I can't remember, is that approved?
Yes. I got approved about a month ago, I think.
Okay.
A point of clarification, Madam Chair. I did not sit on the other application, so I just want to be clear about that. And I'm not adverse to a view. I was just clarifying my point. And with respect to the setbacks, I appreciate the fact that this, you know, Val's comment and concern, but the fact that these address the setbacks at an oblique angle, they touch the setbacks, but they address them at an oblique angle, as opposed to touching them along a parallel length. If you look at the site plan, I think is a mitigating factor for me, as is the size of the structures versus a main home. So those are my additional comments. Thank you.
All right, well, let's
Can I ask
have a,
Lisa something, Madam Chair, could I ask a question to Lisa? Hello.
certainly.
Could we scroll back to the plan? Because I want to know, like, what there's, you see, between, so the main house and the buildings we're talking about now, you see how close they are? There looks like sorry, between the two buildings, see that long strip that looks like a path? Like,
Yeah.
I'm wondering, is there a reason that you don't connect it with like a breezeway or something? Because they're so close
Yeah.
to touching, it kind of makes it.
I think, yeah, I mean, we talked about it, and we might in fact do that. We just felt like it was more architecture where they didn't need it. So,
Okay, I'm just,
and there were some deep rake overhangs on the buildings and eave overhangs. So I think it's a little deceptive at the roof plan because those overhangs are there. So they look a little closer. I think there's like 9 feet between them.
okay, it just looks a little tight to me, and I just wonder why they don't, I mean, they almost relate to one another, but they just are gonna make a dark shadow on the property, and I just,
Yeah, the walls line up with each other. So
Yeah.
if I could use my pointer, the walls do line up. We felt like I was not in favor of connecting them because I felt like then you had this one gigantic building, and I still feel as though having a little bit of separation, it looks like more of, you know, multiple structures on a lot as opposed to one long continuous building. So I wasn't in favor of the connection personally, but
Lisa, what happened if you moved the barn over to the west?
well, it just uses up more
So
of their
it took
yard.
it off that, or,
They wouldn't, you know, the point is they don't want to use more of their yard, obviously. So tucking the barn in as far back as possible is ideal.
Okay, all right. So what motion would you like to have, guys?
Revisions?
You want to view,
Madam Chair, before you all,
I beg pardon?
if you don't mind, but just want to remind the commission that the HSAB and staff both recommended a view on this. I will say that HSAB rarely recommends a view, but I just wanted to point that out for your
All right, I'll
consideration.
make a motion for a view.
Thank you. Thank you. Val,
I'll go along with that.
Stephen,
Aye.
Abby,
I,
and I am I also. I think it will be good. Thank
Okay,
you very much,
to be
Lisa.
clear,
We
I'm
will-
just, you guys are viewing with the
View.
house that exists. I'm not putting up any new height poles, correct?
no,
Okay,
Right,
and then I will submit
we can
revisions
see it.
as well.
All right,
Okay,
very
thank
good.
you.
Thank you very,
Okay.
thank you
Okay, bye.
for all your work today. So we now go on to Mr. Pohl coming back
Thank you, Diane.
to
Uh,
328 Maddox Road.
correct. So do we have somebody on board to represent this one?
It looks like, Mr. Chair, there's someone that's called in. Let me just,
Okay.
John? Hmm. John,
he's muted.
I just unmuted. I keep asking him to unmute. John?
This is John.
There we
Is
go.
this John Hernandez?
Oh, different John, sorry.
Okay, never mind then.
Oh,
Okay, doesn't seem like he's here.
I wonder, was different John the next John?
Yeah,
Could be.
I'm number 8.
Okay. Let's see. In my queue, I have Brooke, Steve, Linda, Tim, Charlie, Nantucket Television, Val, Stephen. Oh, okay. That John is the John. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So it doesn't look like we have anyone to represent this.
Right, but just so you know, Mr. Chair, this is an as-built shed.
Do we want to just move forward with it?
He was coming in to see if he'd need to pay a fine or not.
I took a look at it, Mr. Chair. It's a very straightforward, handsome little shed. I think we might dispense with it if it's your.
All right. I would rather do that, frankly. If it's not going to be contentious or need to be moved or anything like that. Okay, so as built shed, yeah, okay. So what did they do? Just put it in without any,
They put it up without approval.
okay. Is that the visibility that we're looking at from a public way?
Yes.
Uh-huh.
Can I just get a good clarification through you, Mr. Chair? Kathy, there's no open HDC anything on this. This was just it was built.
No.
Okay. So it seems like the fine would be applicable. I have no other concerns.
Okay, anyone else on this one?
It seems to meet the criteria. It's fine with me,
Okay.
as long as they pay the fine.
Yeah, I also, as long as they pay the fine, it's a nice looking shed.
Okay. Abby, have you spoken on this yet?
But this is in the back of the house, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm okay with it.
Okay, I think we can just move it forward, and the idea being that because they didn't even apply, that we would apply our fine to it. Okay, somebody want to make a motion on that?
Make a motion to approve and to charge a fine also.
Okay, thank you, Diane. Abby,
Aye.
Stephen,
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
chairs in favor, motion carries. Very good, thank you. Next up, 13 Union. I believe this is other John who is on board.
This is 203, John.
Yep, 203 John, yes.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah.
this application did go before HSAB, so I do have
Okay.
comments.
Excuse me, sorry, gosh. What did HSAB have to say?
All right. Herringbone should fit in what is in the area. There's lots of shell along Union, prefer shell. Lots of hardscaping here, also prefer shell. Minimize the brick by narrowing the surface with different surfaces. No herringbone on Union, merge with existing brick and sidewalk. I, from a staff's perspective, had concern on the amount of brick, but also making sure that this proposed driveway surface meets the criteria under the zoning bylaw. It seems that the existing apron would be actually utilized part of the existing sidewalk. But they wanted to kind of make it so you could actually delineate where the parking spaces were and not have this entire area as herringbone brick pattern as what the application seems to perceive. But the applicant was not at HSAB. So those are our comments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Holly. So the proposal right now, John, is to have that entire area that's delineated with the yellow line to be brick, all herringbone?
There would be a border on it. The herringbone was suggested from my landscaper, so they tend to be a little more stable. My plan is to have a shallow planting bed right along the house to soften that, and one on the left side of the driveway as well.
Do they show up on this plan that we're looking at right now? I mean,
not as far as a bed, but just the yellow line, leaving a little space between there and the house and there in the property line.
Okay. Do we have some photographs of this?
Unfortunately, don't seem to be any of the structures. This was Catherine Stover's old house.
Yes, correct.
So
It was, yeah.
So,
Okay.
Mr. Chair, can I just get a clarification? The studio cottage, is that actually built? I thought it wasn't built.
That is built.
So
Didn't we just do an approval like this recently?
It would have been last March. Not this past, the one before.
John?
Yes,
The photograph that we keep seeing that's herringbone, not just an example of herringbone brick?
it's one of my neighbors.
Okay.
I like I said, I'm open to do either pattern. It was, like I said, the herringbone was something my landscaper thought was a little more stable with having cars parked on it versus the typical running bond.
Yeah, okay, good to know. Board members,
I'll go.
that would be great, Diane, thank you.
I would not want to see everything that is etched in yellow in brick. Running bond or herringbone or either one. If they want to have something, they should do it, I believe, the way that 40 Union has done it, which is a shell with the 2 brick drives going up it. I think that's 15 or 13 Union Street is a simple house. It may having a garage studio next to it, but it still is a small, simpler house than a lot on Union Street down in that area. And I think that to put a formal herringbone full brick driveway is not what it should look like. It's a charming house and it needs to keep that in mind. So there's very little space, if any. I see that there's any planting being able to done. Practically every house on Union Street has got greenery in the front, and this just shows the houses, uh, steps are coming down on the sidewalk and not a green leaf in sight. So I would like to see it be more like what is around it. It's what the neighborhood has as planting and driveways. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Diane. Abby, what do you think?
I agree with Diane. I think too much brick, wall to wall. I would take 3 feet off either side and make that some sort of vegetation. But I'm not in favor of shall. I think a simple, simple running bond. I think I love herringbone. I have it myself, but it's like it's fighting the sidewalk. So I think it's making it extra complicated. But if the board wants to do a herringbone, but I just think I agree with Diane about at least 3 feet on either side. I'd like to see vegetation, and then the rest could be some form of brick.
Thank you, Abby. Now, the 3 feet on either side, John?
Yes,
Okay, so you already spoke about the left-hand side. When I say left, I mean as you're looking from Union Street at the house.
yep.
Yeah, right. So you already have that left-hand side delineated, but the right-hand side, it almost looks like there's a staircase there.
Yeah, so there is a door well that goes right in, which was kind of my thought was if you have a car park there,
Yeah,
that to get bypassed past the car to get to the door well, if
Yeah.
I have a large planting bed there, it's going to be a challenge to get past the car and get to the stairs.
right. The door well goes down, right?
Correct. You can see those two little lines of the steps down.
Yeah.
I mean,
Steps
what I
down.
was imagining was maybe stepping stones with grass in between, not a whole hydrangea.
Okay, yeah, okay, that's good. Well, he just needs room to be able to walk down there.
Got it.
Okay, so that's good.
I'm happy to make a bed right along the house there to kind of soften things, whether it be, seagrass or hydrangea, that's fine. And maybe I just leave a little space right before the stairs.
Okay, well, hang on, John. Just hold up because we want to hear from all the board members.
Okay.
Okay. I'm pretty sure we're all going to have similar things to say on this, but let's just go down the list. Okay, so we've heard from Diane, we've heard from Abby. Stephen?
Sure. So I'm going to take a little different approach on this. If you pull up the plan drawing that shows the yellow outline, Holly. Okay, so what I just picks up on some of the comments, but also kind of separating the identities and softening. So if there were plant material up against the house a little bit more towards the road, but not so close to the steps that it obstructed entryway, I'd like to see a sign type of I'm not averse to brick for the main house. I'd like to see some type of plant. I think it would be appropriate to see some planting material between the two parking spaces to create almost like an identity that this smaller parking area is a separate parking area. I think that there's a way you can do that with a landscape material, which I'll get back to in a moment. I think it would be appropriate if this were a separate area and we're trying to create the sense that it's not a brick space or a shelled space, that it could be cobblestone tracks that lead up from the brick apron to the garage doors with grass seeded in between it. Maybe even a little cobble apron at the garage door. And with respect to the plant material between it, as opposed to a straight shot back, it may be that it goes straight along the line that's shown between the two vehicles towards the garage studio. And then it kind of takes a little bit of a curve over towards the corner and by the house. So that what in effect you've done, and maybe even that parking space moves over a little bit towards away from the house. So what you've done is you've created green space near the house, green space between the cars. And if you can create a separation between the parking spaces of some width, better yet. Those are my comments. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Stephen. Val?
Can I see the picture of the existing? Because I don't have that on
That,
the application. Yeah,
that
I
thing?
definitely think anything that could break up all of this mass would be great. And I like Stephen's idea. The left side of the garage looks like it's all included to be brick, but it looks like there's some steps up there. So I'm not clear on that, but maybe closer to the left side there could be some sort of vegetation, whether it's just like a vine or an ivy or something, just to sort of mitigate the hardscape, because it is a lot on this site. And that's it.
Thank you, Val. So, John, in a nutshell, I think that it's unanimous that in some form, and many forms have been mentioned here, in some way, we need to break up the expanse of brick.
Okay.
Part of it would be vegetation, part of it would be introducing another material. My own view on the shell thing is I like the look of it, but it tends to wander around when it gets stuck in the treads of the tire. So I'd be in favor in town like this of something a little more solid, like cobbles or something, where, you know, you have cobble treads or, you know, cobble lines that delineate, you know, separation of the different parking spaces. But so there's the point. Vegetation, differentiation of or delineation of this expanse of brick. I think that would do it. So what
Can I ask one more question,
yes, of course, Diane.
Ray? Do
Yeah.
they have a curb cut?
Do they have a curb cut?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's actually a good question. I mean, looking at that little plan right now, I see that we have a curb running along and then we have brick that goes right down. I'm going to guess that that's a curb cut, I think.
Yeah.
How does that work?
There's a fairly wide curb cut there.
Well, okay, so Diane, right. I would sort of kind of can see it in that photo, but not entirely.
Right.
Oh, that's
But
better.
on this street thing, it's really wide. I don't know, wider than any curb cut that we're dealing with now. I think, I don't know, I would like to see some revisions to it. I think the thing of the 2 tracks or the 4 tracks going up there, and I think Steve's thing of moving it away from the house and bringing it over a little left on the garage will do so much, because if you look at this picture of the existing house and look at all the vegetation all around, it's what I was saying is that on Union Street, they have vegetation, which will make the house blend in easier, I think.
Yeah.
All right, motion to hold for revisions.
Thanks, Diane, and thank you, Abby, for the motion. On the motion, Stephen.
Aye.
Thank you, Val.
Aye.
Very good. Diane,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
and chairs in favor, motion carries. Thank you, John.
Thank you.
See you next time. Okay, Val is up next at 7 Hydrangea.
I'm representing this for the owners and a modular company.
Okay. Who's the modular company?
It's called Dreamline.
Dreamline.
Yeah.
Hmm.
They've done quite a few houses here in the last couple of years.
Mr. Chair, I also have comments from the Wisconsin Advisory Board.
Oh, right, hydrangea. Okay, so Holly, why don't you go while we're getting the stuff up?
Sorry for a second. All right, we're there. Yes, sir. So feels more suburban with the shed, or I'll get to it, with the shed dormer facing the street. Like it's different character. Possibly remove the shutters. It looks suburban, better without. Then there was a comment of appreciating the shutters. It gives it suburban, sophisticated, okay. But that would be better if the shutters, because they're only on the facade, were more of a utilitarian look instead of decoration. It's snuggled in, more articulation of the central mass on the north, both the north and the south elevations. The central mass, it seems to be more, needs to be articulated a little bit.
Holly, could you say that comment again? I wasn't really understanding what they were saying.
This central mass here,
Okay.
I brought up the fact that the ridge line kind of ends with that gable end. It doesn't seem to be stepped down. It seems very similar in the same massing size. And then the dormer on both of those elevations, I guess they're both the same. Looked like it was flush dormer, so that maybe should be stepped back a little bit. Other than that, they seem to be fine with it.
Okay, thank you.
As a supplement to this, I also sent Holly a bunch of, here we go. Just to familiarize you before I say what I want to say and you guys launch into comments. This is the same development as you enter Sconset that I represented something a few weeks ago. It seems like it's hot right now. Everybody's buying in hydrangea. But anyway, they have very particular restrictions in this development. One being the height cannot be over 25 feet. 60% of the structure has to be under 22 feet or less. And by virtue of that, if you look at the examples and then the overview of the drone shot, by and large, the houses all look fairly similar. The lot sizes are long and skinny. And as a result, what happens is there seems to always be a main mass facing the street, a middle mass that's somewhat of a connector, and then an end mass, whether it has a second floor or not. They all sort of have the same vibe. In this particular case, it's a modular, so it was even more of a challenge, which is why they wanted to do a larger dormer facing the street. And I do think instead of having every single one have gable facing, it's nice to mix that up a little bit. Whether there's shutters or not, that's up to you guys. We thought it was a little bit sconset-y, and they know they have to be working and wood and all that stuff. So with that said, if you look at the overview pages and then go back to the plan, I think you'll understand what I'm trying to relay.
And what's our color scheme here, Val?
Our color scheme is white trim, which is pretty much what everybody is. They have to do wood roofs.
Okay.
And white sash, which is all pretty sconset-y. The shutters would be black.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep.
Anybody ready?
I'll go.
Great. Thank you, Abby.
Are we at the top of the height now for this neighborhood?
25 feet. Yep.
It's at 25 feet now.
Yep.
Okay, because I was going to say it looks a little squat, that gable. So I agree with the Sconset Advisory Board that the dormers should go back and not be sort of viewed as flush dormers. That I'm not sure what elevation that is, but that one you have the
north and south elevation.
The little
okay.
the
I believe
gable.
that was actually Holly's comment.
Yep.
Oh, okay. I agree with Holly. And then can we go back to the front? I think because there's a little bit, these windows don't line up with the ones down below. And I think if they were, okay, Diane's gonna hate me, but I'm just wondering what if these windows were ganged and it was perceived more as a cottagey type, that I think that might actually work better than this sort of, it almost looks like I don't know whether all those lines, it's hard to see what is roof and what is shingle, but you know, if they were set back maybe a little bit smaller and there were 5 of them, I wonder what that would look like.
What, 5 of what?
Ganged windows over the in the second floor. And I'm not really sure what I think of this sort of pioneer porch.
So
Yeah,
I think too, it's the modular drawing that
I think
is a
so.
little bit
Yeah.
too different, but we can certainly simplify it and bring it back.
I don't really know what to say about that sort of Western sort of front deck and porch. I wonder if it shrunk down a little bit, if it wouldn't be sweeter, you know, more sconce-y. Right now, it just looks like they just slapped it across the front. So I'd like to see that sort of brought in a little bit, made a little bit more
It's an
something.
interesting idea. Yeah.
Thank you.
Mhm.
So can I go next?
You sure can, Diane. Thank you, Abby.
Okay. Well, to answer Abby, the house has got more mulled windows in a small house than I've seen. I got 3 on the, I can't get it to move. I don't know what the elevation is below the west. The south has got 1, 2, 3, 4. And I believe the same is on the north, as I remember.
Yes, you're correct.
It makes it for a very busy house in an area that really isn't. It's if you knew the history behind Skinner's Road, it might tell you more, but I'm not going to say it on the TV right now. But I think it needs to be simpler, and I don't think that all the mulled windows are doing that. I think it's making it too busy. It if it has all these rules that they want in Hydrangea Lane, I think if you separated them, they've got plenty of room to separate them to cover more area, and you really don't have much of a breakdown of added stuff. All the roof lines are all come down a prepared amount. They're very they're not off center at all. So I'd like to see the house made a little bit more informal to fit in the area where it is. That's all.
Okay. Thank you, Diane. Stephen?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Am I muted?
Oh, no, you're good.
Okay, good. So it's snuck in a bite of a sandwich in there somewhere. Looking at that front elevation, I agree with almost everything that's been said. My concern, my primary concerns are the squattiness. I don't know that they can squeeze anything out. It looks like they can't, but from the front of the structure, let's see, the comments Abby had made about the dormer, I'm kind of torn. I think a 5th window in here is gonna be top heavy, but at the same time, I think maybe it's the kind of the pochang, the shake versus the shingle, but something doesn't look quite right. So that's a concern. I'm not concerned about the flush dormer on this facade. I agree on the south elevation with the south and the north with the step back of the gable dormer. And I think even a foot would make a big difference. And also the separation of the windows. Perhaps even they were slightly smaller, but not as small as the ones on the front, the primary mass. And then flipping over to the north, the same comment. The triple window, I'm not adverse to on the north if some of the others can be separated or adjusted. I think your biggest challenge, frankly, for me is evident on the east, where you see the squattiness the most. You'll see it from the coming down Hydrangea Lane, but here it's just in 2D. It's much more visible.
Oh, yeah. Wow.
It's just I think it's a
That's
disservice.
the rear.
Yeah.
No, I understand. I'm just saying that although you will see the squattiness on the south elevation and the north, this really tends to drive home the concept that these roof pitches are a little, maybe just like one inch increment too shallow. So those are my comments. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
When you say 1 inch increment too shallow, you mean like like instead of it being an 8 and 12, it's a 7 and 12, or instead of it being a 9 and 12, it's an 8 and 12?
Actually, the opposite. It looks to me like maybe it's a 7.5, 8, and it could be a 8.5, 9, and it would
I mean,
be
it should be. It should go up. Like
correct.
have
Yeah.
one more inch of rise for every foot of run.
Yes, sir.
Got it. Yeah, I can't disagree with that, particularly on the backside. But Val, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Okay, so the east elevation, like those roofs do look quite shallow. I can't really read what pitch it
It's
is.
a 7.
7, okay.
Yeah.
Now, is that true of the main gable? It does not look that flat, the main gable.
Yes, it's the same pitch.
It is?
Yeah. I
Huh.
think it's just not
Oh
as
my-
wide.
All right. Well, look, if it's a 7, I agree with Stephen that it should probably go to an 8. I know that given the height,
Some revisions.
yeah, but are you going to let me talk, Abby Camp?
I just got back.
Oh, okay. Well, no, I haven't spoken yet, or I just.
Oh, sorry.
So I want to make a comment because no one else did on the shutters. I actually like the shutters, but they're rendered wrong. You know, the shutters are supposed to be up tight next to the casing, the inside edge of the casing, and these are not. So
Oh, yeah.
also, I think that you're working at a disadvantage because of the whatever program it is. There's so many lines and there's so
Yeah.
many symbols drawn. It's looking very complicated.
Yeah.
If we could drop some of that stuff out, I think it would be helpful for you. But the shutters, if they're going to remain, should the inside edge of the shutter should align with the inside edge of the casing. In other words, you shouldn't see any side casing. And the shutter should be half of the width of the sash, as we know.
Right.
I agree with Abby on the reduction of the width of the farmer's porch. I think that would be helpful. And I also think that we're just seeing the tiniest little hint of a beam there. And I think if you just brought the beam down a little bit more such that it aligned with the head of the windows, then there would be more substance to it and it would feel more like.
I agree. I think it's just the rendering, perhaps.
Yeah. Okay. So that's it. I think, the rest has been said, but so Abby, you were about to make a motion for some revisions?
Yes, and I agree about I meant to mention the shutters. I think because it doesn't relate back to what's been done already in the neighborhood. I think it looks like an anomaly. So.
Well, the other thing about the shutters is if it's white trim and it's black shutters, that's very, very formal for this area. In other words, you would need to change the color scheme somewhat. Okay, so there is a motion on the table for some revisions. I will poll the board. Stephen?
Aye.
Thank you, Diane.
Aye.
Thank you. Val, you're not on this. Abby?
Aye.
Chairs in favor, motion carries. Thank you.
Okie dokie.
Okay, now we're to Brooke. Do we have Brooke?
Hello.
There you are. Hey. Okay, 137 Hummock Pond, no, 137 Hummock. Oh yeah, Hummock Pond Road. Okay.
There's a whole lot of white noise there.
Yeah. That's Brooke. Well, it's the first we're hearing it, you know? Okay. Brooke?
All right. New second dwelling. There's an existing structure in the back, as you can see. These buildings are probably about at least 200 feet apart. The new dwelling will be about 200 feet in from Hummock Pond Road, and the existing vegetation will remain as you can see. So, you know, for privacy and for road noise. And I think if you look at the architecture of the building, it's a fairly straightforward, simple structure, cottage corners, and you know, we're going with the cobblestone and black. So it's all designed to fade into the background. The existing structure in the back is all white, but again, it's definitely at the back of the lot, and you know, you could almost see these as two distinct structures on this property. And I think the rest, you know, is fairly straightforward, simple form.
How
and,
long is that ridge, Brooke?
I would say it is, I want to say it's around 48 feet.
Looks long. Do we have any pictures of the existing structure in the back?
That was just what I was gonna ask, yeah.
Maybe on the GIS
No
map.
dimensions on the plans.
And we have this down as a second dwelling, but this was really the primary dwelling.
Yes,
right?
it is. It fits the 20% rule, but in the
Not
positive.
in height, just in floor plan, I mean, ground cover.
Well, the 20% rule that Brooke is referencing has to do with primary, secondary dwelling.
Right.
So the primary dwelling has to be either 20% larger than or 20% smaller than the secondary dwelling.
Right, but we also have a general rule about second dwellings on a lot as, I mean, I know it used to be 22, we're sort of.
Oh, that rule, right. I'm still trying to place where this is on Hummock Pond Road.
Yeah, me too.
So can we go to the locus for a second? Oh, there's Nantucket. Okay, got it. Nantucket.
It's right after Millbrook.
Yeah, exactly. Right.
I think I want a view only just to see what the correspondence between the two structures is.
Okay.
If we can't see it, then like he says, I think we're probably fine, but.
Val, I mean, you will definitely see the northeast elevation somewhat. You know, it'll hang out towards the driveway, but the rest of the structure is going to be obscured. And if you look down the driveway, you do see the existing structure, but again, it's kind of away in the back. And I know my clients intend to.
Sorry, Brooke, I think you mean the southeast elevation.
Well, there's a big barn there, and then there's another house forward of that barn. You see the rectangle on the to the south.
It's hard because we don't have a visual. That's the only problem.
Yeah, of course.
But Brooke, if I'm not mistaken, you just said the northeast elevation is going to be visible.
Well, just if you look down the driveway, you'll catch the corner, that kind of thing. It's not going to be like.
Okay, got it. Got it. All right.
I just didn't want to misrepresent this as an invisible structure. It isn't, you know, but it is mostly mitigated.
Yeah, we're sort of going out of sequence here, but I remain concerned about the length of that ridge. But so other comments from board members?
Can we find out what the height is?
Yeah, well, I can tell you, it's basically 28 feet high, 27, 10 and a half.
It's not under the 25-foot.
22.
Oh, no, no, not even close. But we also don't know what the building in the back, the height of that building is.
Well, I would make a motion to view so we could see some of these things.
And would we do that with some height poles?
Yes, please.
One at either end of the ridge,
Right.
the main ridge, obviously.
Yeah.
Is there any other comment on this, or should we just go right to a view to, or a motion to view?
I think we should view, yeah.
Okay. If there's no further discussion on the design, do we want to do that?
Right. I'll make that motion.
Sounds good. Okay, so Diana's just made a motion to view this with some height poles at either end of the main ridge. Stephen?
Aye.
Thank you. Val?
I,
Abby? Is Abby muted? Abby? You're muted.
Aye.
Okay, Diane?
Aye.
Chairs in favor, motion carries. Thank you, Brooke. And you've got one more here for now. 101 Hummock Pond Road.
That's a Larrabee house.
Oh, is this that big, huge field that they just cleared?
Yeah.
Yes, there was a small ranch house that was demolished. There is a plan afoot to turn that front area into like in the long run, into like a farm stand type area, and that this will be converted to a working farm with the cooperation of the land bank. So there's like a kind of a backstory to this property in that respect.
Now, see how it says existing steel structure? Isn't that one of the things they're pulling out right now?
The existing steel structure is going to remain, and that has been there for forever and anon, as far as I know.
It's like a Quonset hut.
It is, and yeah, it's low, and it's
Yeah.
definitely not visible.
I'm just curious why we don't have
No,
any
it's totally visible.
of existing on
What did you
anything.
say, Val?
What?
Val, what did you just say? I'm sorry.
I just said part of our requirement is if there's existing structures on the lot to have pictures of them for context, and it could move things along quicker if we had them.
I agree. Okay, well, here's the dwelling.
I think the dwelling in and of itself is fine. I just want to see where it is with regard to that building. And
You mean the steel building?
yeah,
It's pretty close, I think.
right.
Yeah, look, so, yeah.
May I speak to that a little bit?
Yeah,
That building envelope is an agreement between Mr. Larrabee and the land bank, and it's actually going to be, it's further defined by that wetland, which that approximate 100-foot buffer I found out today is not exactly in the right spot. So really that area where the building is sited right now is kind of the only spot where it can be.
you meaning that the 100 feet is much closer to the red building footprint than your line?
Yes, and it's actually beyond it, and so we're trying to work through that, but that is right now. That's where we want to at least get an approval on the structure's location. If we have to come in and change it, then we'll do that. But you know, if you look at this from the road, this building is really far back and away. It's kind of tucked around the corner of Julie Bell's property, which,
And pictures would help, Brooke.
yes, I agree, Val. I'm not fighting that.
All right, I'd like to make comments, Mr. Chair, so we can move this one along.
Yeah, Stephen, why don't you go?
Thank you. I agree with Val, pictures would help without question. I agree with Brooke that this thing is way back. And with respect to the design, it's a perfectly good home in pretty much a lot of scenarios around the island. So I have no concern with the design. Thank you.
Great, thanks, Steve. Diane?
I think that the house is fine. I think that the land, when it gets to be broken up and stuff, we should look at more, because what's where and what's going is, it's a field. There's no trees and stuff to hide, turn, or anything. And it's, you come along Hummock Pond Road and then you turn down Millbrook, and it's viewable from everywhere. And I would like to know, they have architectural support facilities. I don't know what those are. And they have crop and gazing areas, but in this little plot, it doesn't show where Hummock Pond Road comes along, which I would like to see also.
Hummock Pond Road, Diane?
Yeah, going along Pond Road, Marty McGowan's
Pumpkin
farm
Pond?
is right behind it. Huh?
Well, so Hummock Pond Road does show up on this. It's a little confusing, but if you look at there you go. Holly, I think, is showing you. So that's Hummock Pond Road.
Mine isn't moving. I got the same thing that shows the new building, and I don't see Hummock Pond Road nowhere. I know where Marty McGowan is. I know where all these things are. It's not that I don't know where they are, but they're viewable from Millbrook. They're visible from Hummock Pond, and it's not going to be hidden very well because of the growing problems.
Oh, I don't think that this house is going to be hidden at all, particularly if
Right.
they're trying to give it over to agricultural use.
Right.
Unless they're growing corn all the time, you're gonna be looking right over and seeing it. Definitely.
Yeah. And there's a little brook that goes along this part of that wetlands stuff that's at the corner of Millbrook and Hummock Pond. So I'd like to see maybe a more working site plan where we could see where this stuff is and what it's going to be quite a group of houses and equipment and all the rest of it. I think I just would like to see it more.
Well, okay. Unless I'm mistaken, I think that this site, there's not going to be any more buildings on this site other than the existing Quonset hut metal building and
Right.
the house that we're reviewing right now. I think
Right.
the rest of the property is going over to agricultural use.
But that will still have buildings.
No, well, Brooke, you tell us. I mean, does the agricultural use include more buildings or just growing stuff?
None that I know of at this time. And in fact, and I think that a site plan that shows the existing vegetation would be helpful. We've also been talking about a potential buffer plan, to knock down the visibility of this building a little bit from the road. It's something actually that the land bank has discussed. My hope here was to just get this approved so we can at least get the permit situation rolling. There's kind of there's always a little bit of urgency going into winter. And some of these things, hadn't been resolved at the time, of the submission, but it's, there's definitely like existing vegetation in the area where the house is that can't be touched because of the whole wetland component. As far as other structures, there are none planned at this time. There is that existing Quonset hut structure. I think there's probably like a shed or two that goes, back to the turn, to who knows when. Maybe prior to the HTC anyway.
All right. Well, let's.
And what is the restricted view corridor?
Just what it says. It's a restricted view corridor. Like nothing will be, no structures are allowed there. If you look at the building envelope, that is the extent of the area that is allowed to have construction. That's it right there.
It's that little orange, it's
It's
orange.
a red dashed line, and it may actually be getting smaller.
Well, it will be just by virtue of the fact of the 50-foot setback.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
So it's not going anywhere but in that area.
Okay. But so I guess I want to kind of have the board members talk about what's on the table right now, which is this rather modest residential building that Brooke has brought in. And so I've heard Stephen say that, despite the fact that he wants to see photographs of the Quonset hut in the context, this is an approvable building. Does anybody have concerns or comments on the design of this building?
Yeah, I haven't gone yet.
Yeah, so go ahead, Abby.
So I think this one and the one before, we could take a couple of feet out of the height. I don't see why you need all of that up there. And as we were talking, how visible this all is going to be from Hummock Pond Road, I think that it would be better served for the neighborhood to be lower. So, less than 28. So, but I don't have an objection to this house per se. Looks like a farmhouse. Looks like it's missing something on the left, actually. You've got that one wing on the right. Could be balanced a little bit more with something. So those are my comments. I think a view is probably a good idea for both of these. So I wouldn't mind a view on this one either.
Okay. Thank you, Abby. Val, did you have anything? And you started out by saying that you were concerned because there was no pictures of the context and so forth. But in terms of the architecture?
No, it's just always helpful, and if we can see that, and it moves things along a heck of a lot quicker. That's all.
Okay. Yeah, I feel the same way. So Brooke, what are the colors on this?
I think we are going natural to weather. Yeah, it's all natural to weather, sand tone sash.
Okay.
Essex green front door, dual gray roof, gray, gray, dark.
All right. So look, it doesn't look like we're looking for very much. It just sounds like maybe if you can get some reduction in the height, and then, please submit photographs of the existing Quonset hut stuff, the view as seen from Hummock Pond Road. And maybe you could help us out by showing us where the existing vegetation is.
Yeah. I just sent a photo to Holly of the Quonset hut.
All right. Well, I know what it looks like.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah.
if I may.
Yep.
Given the comments on the architecture, I'm actually going to make a motion.
Okay.
It'll be that the applicants submit images for the record of the existing structures and make note for the future with other applications. And that approved through staff with 6 inches taken off the height.
Okay. That's your motion.
Yeah, and, oh, I'm sorry, and add the, clarify the boundaries and vegetation on the site plan.
Through staff.
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's Stephen's motion, so let's put that to a vote. Diane,
Uh, this is, he wants it approved tonight with no viewing or putting,
well, Stephen has just made a motion to approve the house with a 6-inch reduction in the ridge height. But basically he's saying that it's okay as is. But for the record, adding the photograph of the Quonset hut, which we now have, a plan that shows where the existing vegetation is, and photographs of the existing buildings. So that is the motion.
I don't know. I can't do it right now. I
You want
can't.
me to come back to you?
Yeah,
Okay.
please.
Val?
I guess I'll go along with that. I just want to make sure that in the future, and it's not just Brooke, it's all applications. If we don't get the information we need, because we spend so much time now going round and round and round, that we just bump it.
Okay. Did you hear that, Brooke?
I sure did.
And
Last
that's
chance.
not just you, Brooke. It's
But,
everybody.
okay. So Val, did I hear that you were in favor of Stephen's motion in?
Yes.
Somewhere? Okay. Abby?
I can't make a judgment. I need a little more information. I'm sorry, Brooke. I'm a nay.
Okay. So, well, I'd be in favor, but Diane, let's see. So we have Val,
Diane is a nay.
Diane is against. So we have Diane and Abby against. Chairs in favor. I believe that carries, right? Val, Stephen,
Yep.
and Ray. Okay, so the motion does carry by a vote of 3 in favor, 2 opposed. There you go, Brooke.
All right. So may I just reiterate for this staff, I'll be quick. Staff approval, like a buffer plan, existing vegetation, a more accurate site plan showing that vegetation, a height reduction of 6 inches, and photos of existing structures as part of the record. Is that correct?
That was my motion.
All right.
Okay. Good. All right. Thanks.
All right,
Next
thank
up-
you.
Yeah, thanks. 6B Arrowhead. We have somebody representing 6B Arrowhead?
Tim is, where is Tim?
Oh, Tim?
I'm here.
Yep.
You have a different LLC now here? Let's see.
No, that's the owner, is Dex Dog.
Oh, okay.
It's not Tim Carruthers. It's
No,
Tim.
yeah, sorry, I had you mixed up with another different Tim. Yep. Okay. Okay. 6B Arrowhead. Let's see here.
So, Mr. Chair, if I may,
Yeah.
this was a failed inspection.
Okay.
So
Dun, dun, dun.
I know.
Mhm.
He's here to plead. No.
Yep. So this one was approved with conditions, and the solar panels were supposed to be held all the way to the right side on this building, which would be the north. As far as the sidelines go, the array actually fills the roof 100% from right to left. So, because it said to justify to the east, which would be the bottom as well, and all the way to the right side of that roof. It is all the way to the right side. Like I said, it fills the width. Height wise, we held them to the top rather than holding them to the bottom. And what we would like to do is leave the array where it is and make the shingles black from the gutter line, from the fascia up to underneath the panels so that it blends in.
That will look.
Tim, I like the way that you worded that.
Thank you.
You said make the shingles black. You didn't say change out the shingles to black shingles. So how do you propose to make the shingles black?
The small, looking at that picture, is everybody on the same picture right there? Of
Yeah,
the screen that I'm looking at? I'm not sure if we're all sharing the same screen right there.
we are. Yeah.
Okay, so the low roof right near the windshield of the truck that's in the foreground, that roof was painted black, and then the panels installed on that roof. You can see the sort of the bottom right corner of the screen there near the windshield of the truck.
Tim, can I get a clarification? You're referring to beyond the windshield, there is a one-story structure with solar on a gray roof?
Yeah, it's just past the truck there.
Yes, Steve, that is correct. Yep. Yep. So that roof was painted black prior to the solar panels going on.
It was?
Yes.
So the pictures are confusing.
And now the upper roof, those shingles are still gray. We did not touch those shingles. That still looks the same way as it does in the picture, but we want to make that black so that it blends in.
Okay.
He's talking about a completely different building to the right in front of the truck that was apparently painted black, but it doesn't look like it in this picture. And the thing with the red arrow is what you're applying for, which goes with the photo we just saw that shows edges around it, even though that picture shows there's none.
All right.
Correct. So it's just the bottom edge. The sides are filled completely.
So this is just a rendering from the original approval.
Yeah, this is a rendering. I was up on the other roof of the office when I took this picture.
Okay, because I mean, obviously from this rendering, it does not go from side to side.
Right. That's why I'm confused.
Yep, but in reality, it does. It covers the whole width of the building exactly.
Mr. Chair, if I may, I just emailed Holly a copy of the picture I took in May of the failed inspection. So she wanted to show that real quick.
Thought that might have been part of this.
Oh, so that's what you did. You took my picture for your application. Okay. That's what he did. So the circle is what I submitted, or the circle of the roof in red is what I showed he indicated as failed. But so that one, yes.
Oh yeah, your picture. Yeah, that's a good picture. That does show. It shows the whole width of the roof is covered.
Okay, but I'm still not understanding one thing here.
Okay.
And that is your reference is to the little one-story thing that's behind the truck. And that still looks gray to me.
Right.
It is black though, and it blends in very nicely. It might look a little bit gray in that picture, but it does blend in black.
Stop.
Okay.
Has something changed between when this photo was taken and now?
No.
Well, but I can see it. I guess I'm not understanding. That does not look black to me. It looks gray.
Tim, has the roof on the smaller structure been painted black since this image was taken?
That's what I'm asking.
I know.
No, it was done prior to the solar panels going on.
Okay, I would ask for a view.
Yeah, because that thing is not necessarily helping you.
Right.
Okay.
I mean, if that's the black, that doesn't look like black to me. It looks gray.
Gotcha.
I mean, I'm just saying, telling you.
Sure. Would it be possible I could come out and meet with you folks when you go to view, or do you all do it individually?
Yeah, we have to do it individually because we're not supposed to meet as a group because of open meeting law issues.
Sure. Okay, makes sense.
But okay. Yeah,
we're just looking to try to rectify the situation is all.
So in a nutshell, Tim, what you're suggesting is that whatever we see on that little one-story roof would be the same treatment that you're doing for the two-story roof.
That's what I was proposing, yes.
That's what you're proposing. Okay. Just so everybody understands. Okay.
May I ask you a question, Ray?
Yeah, of course.
Do we know that painting the shingles black is going to keep them black for some length of time? How long have we been painting shingles black?
You know, I don't know the answer to that, Diane. It's almost like you want to paint it with asphalt.
Mhm.
Yeah, almost.
I mean, and there is such a thing, you know, there's like this asphalt stuff. In fact, I think you can spray it on. But do we want to take a look at this and see what it looks like now?
Yeah, so shall I make a motion to view?
Sounds good to me, Diane. Is that your motion?
Yes, it is.
All right, thanks. Val,
Aye.
Abby,
Uh,
Stephen,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
chairs in favor, motion carries. Okay, so we're going to view this, Tim.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Okay, yeah.
Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Thanks, Tim.
Okay, Linda Williams for 29 Broad.
I believe there's a representative of NIR on the Zoom as well.
Hi there, yeah. Hi, Linda. Hi, Mr. Chair. This is Mike Duffy representing Nantucket Island Resorts.
Yeah. Okay. So
He's going to take the lead and then I'll just chime in.
Okay.
And Mr.
Sure.
Chair, if I just wanted to let the commission know that the Historic Structures Advisory Board also took a look at this.
You want to tell us what they had to say?
Absolutely.
Okay. While we're looking at these plans here.
Yes. So of course you all know that this is on the historic JC house circa 1835. One of the largest dwellings built during the whaling era for Jerry Coffin. The AC units are existing and obviously need to be mitigated. HSAB indicates no excuse, huge eyesore. Boxwoods get blight, should be relocated to the alley or other side of the back of the structure. Atrocious
Hold
plants.
on. Wait, hang on.
Yes, sir.
Okay. What's atrocious? Not the boxwoods.
No, the AC units that are on the side of the structure already.
Okay. But like, how are they screened right now?
Very minimal. I don't know if they're in this packet or not.
Mr. Chair, we do have some photos as you continue down a little further. What you
A
see
lot of
here are-
pictures.
Yeah, there we
They're
go.
all sideways.
Yeah, these are older, previous, prior to the taproom construction.
Hold on,
And
if
then
you can turn them. Holly, can you turn them? Okay.
Well, actually,
I just
she
did.
did. Yeah, she did already.
So these are the previous images. We did, there should be some
Keep going.
newer images as you continue forward.
That's what was there. Back up. Go down, go back up, Holly. Up, not down, up.
The up has the street views though.
No, I want you to see, take a look at what was there before, right here.
Yeah, so before the construction on the tap room this year, what existed was a fence that was it was falling apart in some areas, and just behind the fence, what you see, if you continue to scroll down, are a series of, old sheet metal exhaust fans that served the tap room before. In the construction, yeah,
Right
there you
there.
go. It's
Hold it right there.
example.
Okay.
So these
there.
units have been removed, were replaced by larger condensers that allowed us to bring the taproom space back up and running. Again, you see the condenser that remains, that was relocated and installed properly, and the fence was removed. These images you see here are today. So that's what you see today with some larger units as noted. So I think that is specifically what HSAB was referring to.
Right.
The proposal today is
sorry, hang on
yeah,
one
go ahead.
second, because we sort of I interrupted Holly. You could sort of the point of order or point of clarification. So okay, so now I know what the blight is. And so Holly, could you continue?
Yes, sir. Thank you. Atrocious plants are not going to cut it. AC units are noise pollution too. They need to rethink and move them. This is a significant structure, high profile space, needs more mitigation. Suggest holding future approvals until fixed. There was a comment from one of the members who was concerned on the applications that are coming before the HDC that have already after the fact. I also noted to them that, that might not be something that the HDC would want to discuss, other than the fact that, they're before them, now to mitigate the issue.
Just so you know, we paid the as-built fee for this and the rear railing that we dealt with a couple of weeks ago.
Okay. But
Those are all the
Holly,
comments, Mr. Chair.
thank you, Holly. And so now you can continue.
Great, thanks. Yeah, so the proposal in front today would be to screen these, as Holly noted, with some evergreen shrubs. Again, fully mature, densely planted. The goal is to maintain the existing low-lying plantings tight to the retaining wall and line the units such that they're screened from view with at minimum 6-foot shrubs surrounding the whole thing. As Linda noted, there, the existing, what was previously there, we had demoed and was a blight on the corner in and of itself. I mean, generally speaking.
You mean the fence?
Sorry, the fence and the units that were behind,
well,
the sheet metal units.
The fence, which, we'll see, was painted white, which probably wasn't the ideal color for it going away. But it certainly served to make sure that you didn't catch any kind of a glimpse of these things. So,
sure.
All right. But right at the moment, you're just talking about no fencing. You're just going to plant it. That's the proposal.
That would be the preferred solution. Certainly willing to review and discuss.
Okay, so if you don't mind, well, Linda, do you have anything to add to that, or you just want to hear from the board members?
I met some of the guys that were working on the machines last month. I just happened to be there dealing with the railing. And these units have to be piped in from there. They can't move to any other part of the structure because they were dealing with existing piping as well. And the tap room, as you know, is now reopened. So it was the only place to continue to maintain where they had been before, where they are now. And I asked them, could they be dropped? And they can't. They're of a certain type and a certain height that they have to be 18 inches off the ground because they're on small little metal platforms almost. So that they can't be dropped down any further next to that building and then still deal with the existing piping and through the building. We had talked about a type 2 cap picket. The fence that was there before, the white fence, was not a type 2 cap picket. I don't know what it was. It was just a length of fence that looked like nothing else on the island. So that is now gone. We weren't sure that putting another type 2 cap picket fence closer to the street would make any difference. So that's why Ben Shampoo is the one who came up with the planting plan, knowing it would have to be taller. It would have to be as high as the units now, which is about 5 feet. And they would have to be mature and they'd have to be year round. So Ben is the one who put forward this. I mean, you can augment it. We can put different stuff in there, but we decided that Leland cypress and privet and arborvitae would not be appropriate on that corner.
Okay. All right. Thanks, Linda. I want to open it up to the board now. Diane.
I don't know. Everything that's mentioned is, we're told it can't be done. It can't be done. I know originally in the old tap room, the ventilation and all that stuff was on the right-hand side of the building, where they now have that outside eatery in the summertime. So everything has gone on the other way. I know that the ventilation wasn't good, which was the reason for the fire going up the walls. I have a problem with one of our very oldest and biggest buildings in the historic district to have to do this to because it can't be changed. I don't think that's an answer. I think I'd like to see some more things, not just brushed off as, oh, we can't change it. If you look at all that with we've already got the fire escapes, and then all the rest of the stuff on Set Street where it runs into Broad, I think is too messy. I would like to see some, not the same thing, and we have to do it because that's the only thing we can do. I would like to see some thoughtful kind of approach that would cover it. It wouldn't make it look as if we were just covering it with boxwood and whatever, because that really isn't all that is a cover, and I don't think this building deserves so little. That's what I think for the moment.
Thank you, Diane. Val? You there, Val? Let's see.
It does look better than what was there, but that's not to say what was there was ever approved either. So that's just something. I do agree with Diane, and I think that I would like to make a comment that, especially in this particular group that owns so much of the island, the as-built stuff is going to stop. You have to come in when you know you're going to start working on something and work the solution out with us, because an as-built fee for something like this is so minimal. It just seems as though it's the easiest thing to do. We'll solve the problem and then come back in and try to mitigate it. Since it is there, I don't think that there's anything we can really do to make them move it. So I would say my approval would be based on screened in perpetuity.
Okay, and mature and height.
It can't be seen at all.
Okay.
Thank you, Val. Stephen?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I'm going to take a little bit different approach. Holly, let me go to your screen. Yeah, if you would zoom in a little bit on actually, let me make it the way you're probably seeing it. Look, I understand. I don't disagree with any of the comments that have been made. At the same time, I understand that, it's a large structure. AC is the way we're going. Backup generation is the way we're going. These are important aspects to life on the island for a couple of different reasons going forward. But I also, I think we need to get into at some point, not on this application, but as a result of this application and Val's comments about, these guys aren't serial offenders at this point, but the next one is, one is an occurrence, 2 is a coincidence, 3 is a pattern, 4 is serial offender. So I think, do we then go to the zoning, the code that says every day is a violation? I don't know, but I hope the message is clear to these folks that this can't continue.
They got the message, the last one.
So I would like to suggest a different approach. I would like to suggest a different approach. I believe that I have quite a bit of familiarity with AC systems, design and installations. If you're looking at the plan, there are 2 outdoor compressors. One is towards the top of the area. It looks like a little fan from a plan view. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then one below it. That, unless there's some overwhelming issue, and the only issue would be is that you don't have another 10 feet of line set, that unit could be moved up next to the other unit. And the reason I would suggest this, having gone down there, is I'm concerned about just throwing screening at this. I appreciate the work Ben did with the plan. I appreciate the fact that the applicant and the agents are trying to address the concern. But what I would like to see is that compressor moved up so that that area from the streets can be screened with a 6-foot fence behind vegetation, and that the generator area could then be behind a smaller fence, perhaps 4 feet, with lower plant material. Because otherwise, we're going to build out this whole corner with 6-foot plant material, and I think it's going to be objectionable. So I'm not suggesting that is the only way to do it. I'm just suggesting an idea on how we might accomplish some stepped screening that addresses the concerns. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, thanks. Abby?
No, I agree. I think if we can condense the fencing in we have to do here, I think that would be great. I think the most important part of this is the left-hand side of the Jared coffin. So I would propose like a big blue spruce or something they could decorate at Christmas time or something that goes all the way down to the bottom and takes up that corner and really gives the old building some presence, sort of, you know. And then I would reduce the amount of fencing as much as possible by what Steve said, condensing the units together. I would say a 6-foot board fence, natural to weather, would be the best material. And I would vegetate around with large boxwoods around the corner, and then maybe put another evergreen on that far corner that has the stairs going up. So, you know, some really large, beautiful conifers to offset the, you know, complement the building. So those are my
Thank
thoughts.
you, Abby. That's great. So yeah, I think that the idea would be, love the idea of 2 different height fences, a large one in the back towards the corner and a smaller lower one in the front to hide the generator. For the reasons that Stephen mentioned, which is having one 6-foot fence around this entire thing is rather, it's like overkill. Similarly, I would keep the taller vegetation towards the back away from the corner and have a lower vegetation at the corner so that it wasn't overwhelming that corner as you walk around and drive around. So that's it. I think we're looking for some revisions.
Can we have one more comment on this?
Yeah, go ahead.
We weren't planning on doing a fence at all. It is raised up. It's a raised bed, which means that the fence is going to be a good 7 feet in the air. There are windows right there as well, because they've changed that living room area, the dining room area into rooms. And I'm worried that with the raise up there, it's on a little retaining wall around that corner, that if you run a 6-foot fence there, it's going to be 7 feet in the air. I don't think that's right either.
Can I make a clarification, Mr. Chair?
Wait, hang on. Was that you, Stephen?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So, yeah, Linda, I appreciate your comment. I don't disagree with you. I mentioned 6 feet because I looked at the unit sizes. I did not account for the fact that these are in a retained area. So to just clarify, I'm not necessarily suggesting a 6-foot fence, but a fence that would come up as you're walking the brick street and cover the height of these units, which would be obstructed by plant material in any event. So maybe maybe on top of the retaining wall, it's only 3.5 feet. But yeah, I'm not suggesting that we do more fence height than we need to. And I don't think we need to get into affecting the outward view from the building either. Thank you.
Is everybody on board with putting a fence in, or can we get away with not putting a fence in? That's a big deal for us.
Well,
Go ahead.
Wait. Val, what were you saying?
I would like to see them come back with a proposal. I don't feel comfortable just passing this along.
I agree. Yes. Diane.
I would go along with her, absolutely. I want to see a proposal, a couple of proposals. I'm not going to agree to this along with the fire escape and all the rest of it. It's a mess.
Okay.
They've got enough people behind them to come up with something that's more attractive than this.
Could I suggest also with the revisions that we might, you know how people Photoshop?
Thank you.
Could we get something that might give us a view, like looking straight on at the building and what it will look like, and then another from the side? If we could get that, that would help us to envision this whole thing.
Okay.
All right, we'll try to work on that.
Yeah. All right.
I don't know what Ben's capabilities are, but he's pretty clever with this stuff.
Yeah, Linda, if I may, that's something that we are willing to go through, and we will include that in the
It would
future
be helpful
submissions.
for us to
Not
get
a
a
problem.
on it. Okay,
Understood.
so let's see, motion, I guess, would be for revisions, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Who
I'll
just
make
made,
a motion for
uh,
revision.
Diane has made that motion. Okay, the motion is for some revisions. Stephen,
Aye.
Abby,
I,
Val,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
chairs in favor, motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm
Thanks.
still
Thanks,
here for
everyone.
the next one.
Night. Okay, we got a shed at 45 Westchester Street. Do we have somebody from Structures Unlimited?
That would be me today.
Oh, okay.
All I see is Diane.
Well, we're all here.
We are all here.
I see Val. A whole picture of Val.
I'm getting there. Mr. Chair, I also have comments from HSAB.
Okay.
So this is at 45 Westchester Street. Main
Mhm.
dwelling there is circa 1900 per information I found.
No,
Let's go a
it's
little
not
slower on you. Could you go back one, Holly?
Could be.
Sorry, and I know
Yes, sir.
you're double tasking right now.
I am.
Maybe let's just
It's not
stay on this.
1900, but
Why
we'll
don't
move
you, okay. Why don't you just read the comments and then
Absolutely.
navigate this thing? Okay.
My comment would be that the shed should be sited behind the main dwelling. If there's room, very rarely do you see them in front. HSAB, why can't it be located on the left side of the front of the yard?
Oh, geez.
Should not be 12 pitch, but 9 pitch. Need better graphics. Wish it wasn't visible from the street. Agree to be on the other side. And there was a great comment that was provided with a suggestion. Prefer gable forward and move in towards the yard and create a path to shed between the hedge. Be more discreet. And I agree with that recommendation.
Okay, so
Thank you.
maybe that one I don't think, I certainly don't understand it without seeing a little bit more, but so, okay, so can you back up a sec?
Yep.
Okay, so they want to put it right at the edge of the parking area. Okay,
Yeah, I
got it.
believe there's a picture below that
There
I
is.
sent in the other day that
There
they
it is,
sent
right
to
here.
me. No, keep going. There's a Photoshop.
I don't believe I received a Photoshop
I
photo.
sent it to Kadeem and I sent it to Kathy. Because they sent it to me yesterday.
Okay, this is what I got. So this,
All right, well,
Mr.
Kathy
Chair,
has it. Kathy has it. If she's online, she has it. Where
Let me,
see
let
it
me
from
see
the
what I
street.
can find. Stand by.
Mr. Chair, I just want to mention this was the approximate location of where they want to place it. That comment from HSAB was to basically have a path through the existing vegetation and tuck it in so it's out of the way, so it's less intrusive.
Okay, so, and was there something about turning it so that the gable faced Westchester? Which
Correct.
narrower
They-
side of it?
Hold it.
Yes, so that,
Go down, go down, go down. Go down to where I have the Google aerial.
oh,
This is
yes,
a
right
weirdly
here.
shaped lot. They push it back a little bit. They could push it back, but you got to be careful of the setbacks. It's not a, it's an irregular shaped lot. They cannot put it back because of the wetlands. So the only place they can put it is up there. If they move it to the left, that's the only yard they have. And it's in front of the door. That's why they put it at the head of the driveway so they can just run lawnmowers and bikes straight into it. They could probably move it back and turn it, but you still have to be careful of the setbacks. But I believe turning it would make it a better probably than the side to side.
Well, it would be less, you'd be
Less-
looking at less building. You'd be looking
But
at
if
quite a
Kathy
bit
can
less.
find
building.
that Photoshop, it really is quite a
Yeah.
less.
Holly, it should be in your jump drive. It was a separate PDF. It says received yesterday. I just emailed it to you too.
Okay.
And what we would be looking at is a photoshopped image of the thing with the eave forward, is that right?
Eve running parallel to the street. So just sort of take a look at it.
As proposed.
Because the doors are on the side, and I'm not sure if they move it back closer to the house that they'd be able to get in the doors. It's very tight, and they've got a massive, like a 10-foot privet hedge, mature privet hedge to the left. There it is. Pretty small.
Okay.
Yeah,
Let's-
definitely not white.
Yeah.
Definitely not white, except
And
the
I-
house is white, so I think that's why they did white.
Yeah, no.
Can I see the elevations of this? Because there was a note about the roof pitch.
Yeah, the pitch.
Correct.
Well, so this is
Yes.
odd because I guarantee you that that photoshopped image did not feature, oh, it says 9 and 12, but it's drawn as a 12 and 12.
12 and 12, yeah.
Mhm.
It should be 9 and 12, I expect.
Yeah, there's no way that's a 9 and 12 drawn.
Okay.
Yeah, and so the benefit would be if it went gable forward, you would be looking at 3 feet less of it. Well, and you also wouldn't be looking at the entire length of the ridge. You'd be looking at
Right.
just a point.
This is
And-
a pretty small shed. This 10, what is it, 7 by 10? That's
Yep.
about as small as it's gonna go.
Yeah,
But if it's drawn with the wrong pitch, it's not going to be 11.6 high.
it's not correct.
No.
I just think we should probably get the right information.
Well, I want to hear from everyone about its location,
I love the idea of turning it.
turning at 90 degrees.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so do I. But Diane, what do you think about this application in general?
In general, I think that not everybody can have a lollipop. And if they can't fit it in with our rules and regulations, then maybe they shouldn't have it. We keep adjusting all our stuff to appease an application that doesn't. It says sheds will not be in the front facing the street. There it is. Or you can turn it sideways, and technically it isn't facing the street anymore. But I'd like to see some other proposal on the thing, make it a different shape, make it shorter, that it could take bicycles only, and then it wouldn't look like a shed. I'd like to try some other answers before I approve something that is, because there isn't any other answer to it.
Yeah, I think that's what we'd be looking for, yes. Abby,
I happen to think that the gable forward is actually noisier and more in your face than the roof plane coming down. So I'm opposed to the smaller end coming off the street.
okay.
And I think I'm with Diane on this. It's going to be right in your face. Maybe they don't. I don't see this. It just looks stuck on.
Has anybody been up to view it?
I prefer the hedge going across and they deal with it some other way. They have it in the back of the yard. I don't think it's our problem, Linda.
You mean push it behind the hedge?
Yeah,
They
push
can't.
it behind the hedge and they walk their bikes around the corner. I don't know. I just don't see this as being, it's becoming an item of this house, like a feature. And it's the shed.
Well, I'm gonna ask everybody to take a viewing of it while we readjust these drawings, but
I know.
we'll come back
Yeah.
with a couple of other proposals, but I think you need to take a viewing.
Okay. Stephen, have I heard from you?
No, thanks, Mr. Chair. All right, so I get the lollipop thing and I don't necessarily disagree. I would not want to see the gable forward unless it was on the far side of the privet, maybe with a little opening so you could walk in and you could get to it. And then I think the other, perhaps maybe there's a solution in the concept of having it the back of the shed back, make it a shed roof and move it to the front right corner of the structure, but back a little bit, a couple of feet. You'd still be within your setback from the property line, not attach it to the house, because obviously then you're going to run into, well, you might run into ground cover issues.
Yep.
But if you were to rotate it, turn it into a shed roof, that the ridge portion terminated up by the house, it would.
Stephen,
Go ahead.
sorry, just to be clear, when you say shed roof, I think you mean like a lean-to, right?
Yeah, exactly. Just a shed, just a literally a, yeah, I would call that a shed roof because it,
Okay, so with the lower end of it facing Westchester.
no. So I don't have the, I can't annotate this on your screens, but if you're, okay, Holly, could you zoom in just a hair? Okay, and could you locate your pointer on the front right of the structure of the main primary structure of the house? You know, the whole thing, yeah. So if we were to step back 2 feet towards the back from Westchester, and then draw a line from where you are towards the house, parallel to Westchester. Yeah, just make a little rectangle that closes off at the back of the house there, like a shed was against the house, if you don't mind.
You want something like that?
Okay. So basically a little deeper towards, basically what I would suggest is that box moved back from Westchester a few feet up against the house and the width of the proposed shed. No, right up against the house.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, there may be a window there.
Yeah,
Well,
you can't do that.
So,
We can move it back, though. We can certainly move this thing
All right.
back.
okay, so that's just
Great.
an idea of maybe a relocation there. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, who did I miss? Anyone?
What, can I ask you, what's the harm of, what's in the back that it can't go in the, up by the deck?
There are wetlands back there and it's not cut. Their yard is to the left.
It says, why does it have to be in the yard?
Where's it supposed to be?
Well, listen.
That's what, take a viewing. I just want you to take a viewing and we'll work on reciting it and maybe obviously take the white off it, completely take the white off.
Obviously take the white off, please. Okay, so sounds like we're going to motion for some revisions here.
And a view.
Well, who, Abby, did you say that?
Yes, I did. And we can have a view if you want, Linda.
Okay,
Yeah.
so the motion was for revisions plus a view, right?
Yes.
Okay, Diane,
Aye.
thank you. Stephen,
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
Abby,
All right.
chairs in favor, motion carries.
Okey-dokey.
Thanks. All right, is Lisa on deck for this historic determination next?
See her.
She was here?
I don't see her right now.
Yeah, I would.
We can hold it.
It's obviously a historic house. Oh, yeah, I know what this is.
Yep.
Okay, so I'm recused, of course, but this is, Lisa came in to you with a historic house on King Street that we were doing some renovations to. And she just like to have the letter of historic determination so that we can get those exemptions for the insulation, so that we don't have to do the full like thick voice and that sort of thing.
Can I make a motion to say that we,
Well, Diane, just a point of clarification. So I'm not chairing this. I'm
know.
just
I'll
representing.
share it.
So
I'm
yeah,
just
you're chairing it. Okay.
I'm just asking if if that's what all we need, can I ask somebody to make a motion to have you write a letter naming the things that have to be done to get that reduction of building requirements?
Me?
Yeah,
Yeah, I don't think I'm allowed.
Madam Chair, if I may, that would be staff would be doing that.
Okay. Okay, well, that's good. And then because we're not voting on a thing. We're just saying it's a historic building, and I would ask somebody to make a motion to have staff write the appropriate letter.
And Madam Chair, if I just let you all know that the Sconset Advisory Board had no issues with this at all. They were very happy.
I'd like to make a motion that through staff, we issue a historic determination on the structure.
Yes. All right, that is Steve's motion. Abby,
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
Stephen,
Aye.
and me as acting chairman, I say aye also. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Okay, next up, 5 North Liberty. Anybody
guys.
Hey,
Can
Stephen.
you hear me?
Yep. Can't see you yet.
Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you.
See.
Can't see you.
Nope, can't see him.
You can't see me, but can you hear me?
Yeah, we
We can hear you.
Okay, there we go. That's better. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, this did
Yeah.
go to HSAB, so I do have comments
Yes.
for the commission. I do also want to let the commission know that while Mr. Thoreau was not at the meeting, we did have some conversation about the proposed application. At the end of the day, this existing structure, which my understanding has been before you all before, 5 North Liberty Street. Barn Stages Theater, circa 1930. It was used as a theater between the 1940s through the 1960s. And there is, let me get to it if I can scroll down here. There's the locus site, detail of the door. Here's existing elevation. So this is the elevation in question, the existing doors as you all approved them. I will say there was some concerns, more or less not clear on the application at first when HSAB was taking a look at it, as well as staff. But again, I've cleared that with Steve. As you can see, here's the craftsman style type door.
Yes.
But at the end of the day, we have in the application at the bottom is this photo from 1950s from the NHA. And if you can see over here to the left, there's a Dutch door. So he's proposing to have the door almost look like here, look like this door here, but it's a Dutch door similar to what's there right now.
Oh, yeah.
So bringing it back, which is obviously something that from the historic perspective, we encourage. So I would say that our comments from both staff and HSAB's perspective have changed since having this conversation with Steve this morning. So I recommend it.
Okay, thank you.
So to clear things up, and I apologize, guys. The photo I sent of this 1950s, when it was a theater or a dance hall, Diane probably remembers when it was that. Was a little was a little unclear. When I spoke to Holly today, we are matching the 9-light door that was there from the 1950s in both locations. That's all.
Okay.
Well, the front door is not changing.
The front door and the side door, there are 2 9-lights. Yes, Val.
So
we don't want a 15-light front door, which is no, but we do want to go back to the 1950s 9-light doors in both locations.
well, so why don't we just take a look at the elevations now that we've seen that?
So this one will be a 9-light, and then this one will be the 9-light, as per 1950s.
But that is not a 9-light in that picture. It was a solid door.
No, this is not. This is a 6-light existing door that you approved when Matt.
Steve,
No.
I'm talking
That's
about
not-
the picture we just looked at. You said what you were changing it back to the 1950s, and that door is not a 9 light.
The front door.
This
Right.
one, that's not,
Right.
but this is.
Is that a door or a window?
It's a Dutch door.
Dutch
Oh,
door.
it's open. Okay, I got you.
Okay, so Val, why don't you continue? I understand, Stephen, you understand what Val's saying, which
I
is,
understand what she's saying. Yes, I just wanted to express the owner's wish that both doors matched.
They didn't. There was a
no,
solid
no,
door.
no, no.
Val. The owner wishes to have both doors matched now based on the 1950s 9 light that was in the left-hand side.
Okay,
Okay?
so Val, now you understand why he wants to have both of them be Dutch doors, but continue.
Can I see the proposal?
Yeah. Stop. Wait.
Scroll down to the specification.
Up.
Well, I'm confused.
Right? It's
Oh,
totally
it's just-
different
You
style
see,
door.
this 9 light door here?
Well,
Yeah.
look,
That's going to be the front door and the side door.
no, but Stephen, the elevation does not show that.
The elevation is existing. It's an as-built.
Why is it bubbled?
It's bubbled because I'm changing it with a note that says see door spec.
Mr. Chair, this is where the confusion lies
That's
when we
where
were.
confusion lied, yes. I couldn't alter this drawing unless I used a whiteout condition. That's the existing as it is now.
Yeah, I get it. He wants 2 Dutch doors on the front.
Yeah,
Yes.
2 9-light Dutch doors. Now, so
Yeah.
interesting question following from that. They're both the same height, but they're clearly different widths. So
Yes,
the light configuration on those doors is going to be different.
correct. But they're all going to be vertical.
I guess we
Hopefully.
just trust you on that one.
No, that's the fact. Yes.
Well, we don't know because we don't have an elevation that shows us what we're getting.
I can
But
certainly do
anyway,
that through.
so
I
Val,
can certainly do that through staff, guys.
hang on.
Yeah, I'm not in favor of this. I think the door that was a Dutch door 9 light is fine, but not the front door. It
Okay.
never was a door like that. It needs to be a front door of some
Okay.
presence.
Thank you. Thank you, Val. Abby.
I'm in favor of this. I think it's a quirky house. It was a theater. Now it's a house. It's got a lot of anomalies. Why not throw in another? I think it's totally appropriate.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Abby. Diane, you want me to come back
otherwise,
to you?
what would the front door be?
The front door, the main door would be a 9-light Dutch door. So
Like
would the
the
one on the side.
Like the one on the side?
Yeah. Just wider.
And the 8 light is what's there right now, right?
Yes.
I don't like it. So I go, but if he has a 9 light door like the Dutch door on the left, it's got to be as wide as the front door, because that doesn't look like a front door, that Dutch door.
Could you say that last part again, Diane?
If he used a 9 light Dutch door at the
Yeah.
front door, it
Yeah.
would have to be as wide as the existing front door,
That's correct. That is right.
because the one on the left doesn't look like a
You are
front door.
correct, Diane. That's what our intention is.
Okay. I would do that.
Okay, can I get clarification on that, Diane? You would do the door to the left wider, and what would you
Yes.
do to the front door?
I would, if they wanted, I'd put it at the front door. It'd be a 9 light wider than the left one, a 9 light Dutch door. We do have Dutch doors around because I remember approving them. But it needs to have some presence. It needs to be as wide as the existing door, as far as width.
Okay, Diane, I'm not sure that I understand
What Diane's saying, I believe, is that the front door needs to be 3 foot wide and the side door needs to be 2'8".
Yeah, that's just it, Steve. Thank
That's
you.
correct. You're welcome.
Well, now, okay, but so those doors are not current, well, the front door might be 3 feet, but that
It-
side door looks like it's 2.6 or
Well,
less.
it's probably 2'6", give or take, yes, but they need to be different sizes, which they are.
Yeah, it's secondary.
Yeah,
Okay, Stephen, does that make sense to you?
It makes sense. I don't know. I totally agree. Look, my concern with this is that the Dutch door on the left side with the current proportions is going to look way out of whack as compared to, I mean, just look at it based on the drawing in front of us. The lights are going to be another foot lower. And
no, Steve, I'm sorry to interrupt. Look at this, the shop drawing of the Dutch door, please.
You know what? I think you need to do something and make the drawings.
No, Stephen,
what we're
hold
doing.
on. Stephen, that is wrong. That door is not going to look like that.
It's not.
No, it's going to look similar to that. I'm having no problem with you.
Narrower, and that's what
No problem
Stephen Welch
altering
is
that
talking
door.
about.
I think, Stephen, the beginning of your sentence interrupted the middle of mine. I want to back
Sorry.
up here.
Go
Okay?
ahead. Yeah.
Thank you. We got enough of this kind of crosstalk stuff go on. It's kind of frustrating. We're sitting here for another 2 hours and we've been here for 3.5 already.
Mm-hmm.
I understand your comments with respect to the doors, but your comments don't change reality. Please go to the elevation of the front. Holly, I'm sorry, I was referring to you, please.
Here we go.
Given the existing width, the Dutch door here will not look like the new spec drawing. It will have odd proportions with respect to the 9 lights versus what's shown and versus the existing windows. So that's my concern. I have no concern over a Dutch door there. If it goes there, I think it needs to be wider or it's going to look strange. If it were just that particular 9 light that looked off, it wouldn't be a big deal. But if you look at the actual image of the front of this structure, you have windows that have different lights on the first floor than the second. You have doors that don't necessarily have the same light size as the windows. You have a V-groove batten diagonal doors to either side. It's just, it's too complicated. So if the side door were a little wider, say 3 inches, I think that would be totally appropriate to have the Dutch door there. I'm not averse to having the Dutch door on the front. I think that it could be appropriate, subject to, again, the light sizes working out so it doesn't just add to the confusion. The visual confusion is what I'm referring to. The other suggestion, which I was going to have about 5 minutes ago, was that, you know, if you're going to be building a Dutch door, you might go with a different configuration than a 9 light in both locations and try and pick up the 12 light, which mimics the existing fenestration on the first floor that flanks those doors. And all of a sudden you create a harmony, even if they're not exactly the same size, they're the same pattern. So those would be my suggestions. I hope they're helpful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ray, can I make a motion that we hold for revisions with actual drawings of the drawers in place?
So that's what I was actually going to say. I was going to say that in order for me to feel comfortable about doing this, that we would need to see those drawings of the 2 doors, not a generic door, both doors in the width and the height and the light configuration that you're actually proposing. Then we know what we're getting.
Great. Thank you very much, guys.
Yeah, so that was basically, that was your motion, right, Abby?
Yes.
Okay. So Abby's motion is to get some more specific information on the sizes and configurations of both of the doors. Diane?
Aye.
Thank you. Val?
Aye.
Stephen?
Aye.
Abby?
Aye.
Chairs in favor, motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah, thanks, Steve.
Yeah, thanks.
Next up, 34 Washington Street, Harbor Master Building.
Charlie, you got us, you're coming in, we're already fired up.
We're fired up.
That's good.
Welcome to the HPC.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, this application was before HSAB yesterday.
Okay.
And Mr. Gibson was available, which was good. And I can read their comments if you'd like.
That would be great. Thank you.
Okay. So of course, you all know that this is to replace the existing Harbor Master facility, which is at the site about 1988, I think is when it was originally built. The proposed structure, I'm gonna get to the elevation here. Here's the comments from HSAB. Square off the tower facing the water. The tower should align with the building. On the south elevations, the windows need attention, need to be taller with 6 lights and more vertical. The tower windows should be double hung, not casements. The clapboard band is out of place. The windows on the north should align with the doors, maybe with a 3 light transoms and possibly to have a 7-foot door, understanding that there's it's elevated to meet FEMA flood. The louver in the brick chimney does not work. It feels like a hyannis structure. Windows should be 2/4 lights and double hung. Square off the tower needs another idea from the chimney louver. Remove the sign that's proposed. Of course, that's a whole nother application. Windows, are they TDL? And there was a discussion about that versus being, I can't remember, meeting the wind
SDL?
criteria. Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
Sorry, it's been a long day. Profile windows possibly be glass or frosted glass, excuse me. Double hung windows wherever possible, maybe use a cupola for a louver instead, and then box the condensers and the meters. From staff's perspective, I'm just concerned on making sure that the design fits in with our future design guidelines that we are in the process of creating for both our old and new structures within our NHL. Those are our comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Holly. So let's take a look at what we have here.
I don't believe it. Ray,
Yes, Diane?
do you remember that there was a building there before 1988? It was a little building and the scholars came in and out and Joe
Yeah,
Lopes sat
yeah.
there. And then they put that second floor on sort of, I think it was built, the original first floor was built early, way earlier than 88. I was wondering if you remember.
1977. When the pier was first constructed, there was a small building that was built as part of the town pier when it was originally constructed in 77.
Right.
1977.
Correct.
1977, right.
Then there was one addition, and then to add the bathrooms, and then there was a second addition that put the second floor on,
Right. I remember all
Thanks.
that.
which is part of the problem that we can't do any more renovations to the building because we've exceeded all of our code issues.
Yeah.
So Ray, do we have a visual? Because I'm not seeing anything.
No, Holly's trying to get it up, I think.
I have it.
You guys weren't seeing anything?
No.
Okay, sorry.
Said Diane's hand.
There we go. Okay.
Just teasing you, Diane.
Sorry, this whole time I thought you guys were looking at them as I was going through.
Oh.
Sorry. There's the south elevation.
Holly, I'm sorry, would you mind starting with the site plan just so I can orient where
Absolutely.
the tower is?
Absolutely. All right, so we got the locus.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Come on, Julio.
is that, can I just get a clarification? That hip roof portion that's 2-story is in the rightmost corner of the, yeah, that's it, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
We'll move on to elevations.
Yeah,
Yes, please.
Please.
Here's the floor plan so y'all can get a sense of it. That is
Okay,
a storage building.
storage building, okay.
It's not necessarily a storage building. Because of the elevation, the harbor master has emergency fire pumps and rescue gear that they need to have quick access to. So, and because of the height of the building and the lack of easy access to it, the plan was to just have a storage trailer, basically, and then that little, it's basically a covering for the storage trailer that could be pulled out of there when there's a storm and high tide, so they don't have to deal with damage from the storm. So they would, that was just an idea to cover basically an enclosed trailer. It's just a through and through.
And just by the way, I'm sure that Kathy already mentioned this to you, but that would be a separate
Correct,
application.
yeah.
We're not actually reviewing that right now. We're only reviewing this main building.
That's correct, yeah.
Okay. All
We
right.
see the other elevations?
Yes.
Mm.
And the issue with the chimney, it's because there's an elevator there and the building code requires a space for a vent and for someone to stand on top of the car at its highest point. And that's why that chimney is kind of there, which was one of the concerns from the review committee.
I'm sorry, Charlie, would you mind repeating that?
There's an elevator because to access the second floor. And part of the code requirements for the elevator is that someone can stand on top of the car at its highest point.
Oh, thank you. Okay, thank you.
So they don't get crushed. So
Oh,
that's, and then there's a vent there too for the ventilation for the fire. It requires its own vent for fire purposes. There might be other ways to achieve that, but that's the first pass at it. One of the issues that has been noted was the window sill height is, and the headers are kind of lined with the doors, which is some concern. The reason the sills are so high is that this building is in a VE 11 zone. And if you kind of go back to the first elevation, it shows the heights. So the problem we have right there is that the VE 11 zone is at one more up, I guess, shows it a little bit better. Is that I believe at 13 feet. And then the first floor, we had a waiver from the state building appeals board to keep that first floor down. But to get that, the first floor is sort of like a boat that we have to put baffles in front of the doors for flooding conditions. And the sill height can't be any lower. So trying to get the windows to sort of work was a challenge. But we do agree that, you know, that clapboard band around certainly can go. The windows, those awning type windows with those 6 light windows look a little out of scale. So they suggested a 4/4, which certainly would make it look a little better. And then just looking for your comments on where else to go. This is for our first pass, so we're just trying to get some input here.
Okay, thanks. Who would like to start?
I will.
Okay, that was you, Val, right?
Yep.
Yes, please.
Of course, we always think simple is better, and especially if it's
Yes.
to emulate some sort of a boat building. So like, for instance, the 6 light windows that are there, are they operable, Charlie? Or are they fixed?
Well, some are. The ones that are by the office section are operable awning windows, but the other ones are in toilet spaces. And it's just to provide some natural light in those toilet spaces.
Okay, so as fixed windows, they're probably better. We really don't like to approve awning windows at all, especially in town, and this is going to be very visible. But as I'm looking at it, I'm wondering if, for instance, in the tower, those windows could be 6/1 double hung.
Yes.
And be one window, and they would be
Yeah.
perfectly acceptable. And more in keeping with town.
Hey, Charlie,
Yeah.
Do you understand?
do you
what I'm-
understand what Val's talking about when she talks about a 6/1 double hung window?
Yep.
You do?
You know,
Okay.
instead of being two separate windows.
Yep.
I
You know, your
think,
normal basic double hung window.
well, right, and these are a little bit larger on the bottom, so they'd be more of like the cottage window proportions. They don't have to be, but they could. So to me, that would be better. The windows that are the 6 light, if their proportions were different, if they don't have to be egress, if they could either have one more vertical in them, so they would be 8 light to make the panes less horizontal, or make the windows a little smaller. That would work. Thank you for mentioning the banding. If that was just gone and it was simply all shingled, that of course would be much better. And I understand we need the ramp. It's too bad we need all the balusters, though. There's no way to simplify that. Right there. I think the side facing the street, which I think is the west, is probably the best visual. And does it need to have simulated divided light? Because that's another thing that we try to keep out of the old historic part. Maybe the part facing the water could have the SDLs, but what the public views, which I guess would be the west by and large, could
Well,
be.
the problem we have the hurricane code issues on the commercial public building. We have to maintain that wind rating.
Are they going to be permanently affixed grills?
Yes.
It's really just the spacer that's the issue, but let me see. I'm looking at it on my computer.
Yeah, the windows would be the Anderson architectural series, I believe, that would have it permanently attached.
I think that's it for now. I see what everybody else has to say.
Okay.
I'd look some feedback on the tower. The review committee had some issues with the angled tower, the eastern elevation, and just look for some feedback on that.
Well, I think you're going to get some. At least one person that I know, me. Stephen, you want to go next?
Sure. Val, appreciate the comments. For me, I agree. Clean up the fenestration a little bit, get rid of that band. I think one thing that hasn't been mentioned, and I'll lead into the tower with this, I think the corner boards they're undersized and it reads oddly. So beef those up to 1x8. And on the tower, I've actually looked at this from a couple different angles. I drove by, I'll disclose, I have no financial interest, obviously, but this project came in front of Capital Program Committee that I sit on, and we reviewed concepts. So I've given it a lot of thought. I've been down there looking at this. I think the tower actually is something that, it's not typical in that area, but with cottage corner or woven corners, the fenestration cleaned up more traditionally, and omitting that band, I think, at least in my book, it has a chance. And then I would suggest, with respect to the windows, Charlie, I think Green Mountain window, I'm not suggesting a particular manufacturer, but just so you know that there may be an option. If push came to shove, someone like them may have a wind rated window that has a insulated panel and a true divided light. I acknowledge this is a town project. There are some cost considerations certainly to keep in mind. And I think that if the Anderson architectural series with the true divided simulated were used, we've used those on projects and they're acceptable. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen. Abby, how about you?
Wi-Fi was lost.
Sorry, initially I really like it. And what I like about it, it reminds me of actually a building in Newport done by this architect called Estes. He does a lot of windows like this, and he does, you know, they have those turrets and around Newport and Jamestown. So I'm thinking of it as a shingle style architecture. And I think the banding could actually have that flair that it sometimes has if they wanted to differentiate around those windows. I wouldn't, I mean, if the board wants to go 6/1s, I'm fine with that, but I don't mind this configuration. It's too bad you have to have a louver in the chimney. It kind of, you know, I like the chimney, but you probably have to have the louver. So I'm fine with this. I think the tower is great. It's going to have a nice statement down there. I guess the only thing that I don't like are the 6 windows, almost look like chiclets, and I wish they were a little more vertical.
Yeah. Agree with that, definitely. Thank you, Abby. Diane.
Well, I seem to be the naysayer. I think the building is 33 feet high, not a necessity. What are you, a harbor master for the city of Boston?
Wait, can I, hold on. Let's be clear on that. So is the building really 33.35 feet high? I don't think so. I think that's the elevation above sea level, right?
Yes.
Okay, so what's the actual physical height of the building from the grade up to the ridge?
29.
Is that to the ridge of the oh, wait, what is that?
It's just under 30, 2911, 11-ish.
To the continuous ridge or to the ridge of the tower?
No, thank you for that. Ridge of the tower.
If you scroll down to the drawing, the section drawings, which are drawing A-3.0, or that'll give you there too.
Oh, here we are. Okay, so it's Diane.
I see 29.
Yeah, well, actually it's 30 feet.
Yeah.
But that's to the top of the tower. And so
Right,
the
I
ridge,
understand that. But
the ridge is less than that. I mean, okay.
I know it, and we saw a quick picture of the inside. I just don't know if it's necessary to have a building so big down on the dock. What is the length of the building?
It's down a drawing 3.0. I think you get all of the dimensions.
Holly, would you mind going back to the site plan? It shows the existing footprint. It's not jumping out at you, but obviously this building has moved slightly for the site, but it looks to me like the Washington Street side. Do you see the gray line in there, Holly? A little higher up? The dash line within the building?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so on the Washington Street side, this structure's maybe a foot further away from Washington Street. It's obviously shifted down the page, but it only looks like it's a foot longer in terms of the building, not the porch.
It's correct. We're limited with the wetlands in the coastal dune. If you go to the very last slide at the bottom, you can see there's an overlay right there. So that's the what it would look like. And you can see the elevations are of the ridge heights are just about the same.
Yeah, it is, that makes it easier to see with your red and moving it over that way. But is it still going to propel itself down onto the dock?
Basically, I'd say it's in the same setback from the dock as the existing building. It's a
it is.
little longer along the street side, but the depth in on the lot is about the same.
Well, I agree with Val and the windows. I think that whatever you have to do, if you can't get a, a change off for the windows in the historic area. It may not be a historic building, but it sure is an historic area. So I think that has to be considered. It's all going to be shingled like the present one, right?
Correct. We're going to remove the banding, so it'd be basically continuous sidewall.
Okay, and the other thing that was mentioned, I guess also by Val, was the ramp. Can the ramp be made any simpler with the balusters that
No, it's all
is-
code. It's code driven, 4 inches between the balustrade, and it doesn't
Okay,
have any choice.
or
You
It's
can't
just
shingle it?
what?
I'm just asking, you can't shingle it and have the railing on the inside? You know, the handle?
They can.
I don't know if it would look good.
Well,
It would, you know, that's a lot of balustrade, and then underneath is the vertical board, so it's a lot of,
It might be an impediment on the ramp itself due to the FEMA regulations to have a solid member there. But on the first floor horizontal level that, you know, what's not sloped, perhaps something like that could be worked in. Because it would break it up, so you don't have 2 layers of it if you're looking.
right, right.
And maybe
And
not
the
the
other
whole thing.
No,
Sorry.
the other thing I was going to mention is all those doors, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I don't know. I think that's a lot of those going into the meeting room and the ladies' John and the men's John and all that stuff.
Well, there's one for the men's room, there's one for the ladies' room, there's one for janitor, closet, mechanical space access, and then there's a family restroom that's sort of dual use, baby changing station. It's you know, it's a larger. If you look at the floor plan, you can see. But that's those doors are, you know, very functional. There's only one door to the office space, and the rest are related to the restroom facilities.
Okay, well, it's such a formal building, and I guess I'm just used to dealing with one that's a little less formal. So I'll be interested to see what it looks like with the change of the windows and stuff, and taking the bands out. And I think the thought might be given to that ramp of covering all that balustrade up so it overwhelms the building as it sometimes does. I don't know. I guess that's the shortest way to make the ramp to hit all the rooms. But it's just lost its little harbor master building down there. That's all I have.
okay, Diane, thank you. All right, so I agree in sort of trying to bring down the level of trim. So if we stay on this north elevation, to Diane's point about all those doors, if we had the casings less wide, you know, they're very wide casings right now, and they sort of go up vertically. I think the idea of simplifying the whole trim package is a good one. I like the idea of going from these casement / fixed lights below to straight up double hungs, which would be more in keeping with Nantucket character. the band, I think what Abby was referring to on the turret is right now you have this band course that we're talking about getting rid of between the first floor and the second floor. That could be a shingle flare, which would be a more subtle way of breaking up that verticality. Right now you're calling out 1x3 cedar at 3.5 inches on center underneath the ramp, which should really be 1x4, which are 3.5 inches wide, spaced 3/4 of an inch. That's a more standard way of handling that. Now, if we go to one of the other elevations, any of them really. Okay, that one. First thing that I saw that troubled me about this was sort of the amount of shingle and how blocky and massive this feels. So question, and I'm not sure that all of my fellow board members will agree with this, is we see where the first floor level is, and we know that there's going to be framing underneath that, but then there's this massive sort of skirt of shingle that comes down from that to within probably 2 feet of the grade or less, with a band course down there. What if we just had vertical board underneath of the floor framing, the same way that it's underneath of the ramp? Then we would break up that expansive shingle. I'm in favor of kind of everything else that was said, simplification being the big word, with getting rid of that band course, changing these windows to something that's a little bit more Nantucket appropriate. That's it for me.
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah.
One other comment on the band, on the tower. I think it might be important to clarify. Holly, if you wouldn't mind flipping to SK 2.0C, which is the elevations of the tower itself. So I agree. I think the shingle flare could be useful. I would just want to point out that I would suggest that it would not be where the existing band is shown.
Correct.
Is camouflaging these windows, but slightly higher up.
Yes.
That will, because otherwise the proportions of the structure is going to look very odd with respect to the tower. The other thing I just wanted to clarify on my comments when I said clean up the window fenestration. I would not be adverse to looking at an option which these 6 lights were 4 light. I guess all I'm saying is that this is, as they are now, it's not really in keeping with the traditional character, and that is a highly visible location. So I think you have some options, and I don't think, I'm not going to speak for anyone else, but I wouldn't mind looking at, a difference, 2 options for the window changes and know what your druthers are. But that might help the next application advance along, the next hearing advance the application along a little more quickly. Is that okay, Mr. Chair?
That sounds fine.
Thank you.
So,
I have one more, I have a couple of questions though.
Okay.
On the material, so on the application, it says like for the roof weathered, but they're asphalt architectural shingles. So we don't have a brand or a color, which I think is really key. We went through a whole lot of, spent a whole lot of time sussing out what we would like to see in the old historic part of town. So I think that somebody should help Charlie with that. The trim weathered in sand tone, again, I don't know what sand tone would be as a color for a trim.
Well, that's part of the window casing trim. And the rest of it's going to be natural to weather.
So the window casing is not going to be wood?
It's part of that series of window. I'm not sure.
Hey, Val.
Yeah.
You know those Anderson windows that have like a little flange on them, and then in Nantucket, some people just put the flange up, like, that's where.
Yeah, without trim.
Without trim. But on Nantucket, what they do is they have that little flange, and then they butt the actual natural trim up to that thing.
Yep. Yep.
So,
I just wanted to make sure because, this is an important spot.
Yeah. Totally agree.
And that was one thing.
I think I saw a window trim detail in there, Val, in the packet, just so you know.
Okay.
Well, I think
I don't know if it showed side casings, but it showed had it. So
Okay,
I'd
well,
like to see
it was
some more
mostly
proposals.
concern with colors is more than anything, so.
Okay, so Diane, what did you just say, dear?
I'd like to see some more proposals. I would
Yeah.
like to hold for revisions. I would like to see some more proposals because it is an important building. It will be used and well visited and useful for the fishermen coming off, scallopers coming off, watching out the tower to see if everybody's all right out there. It's a, it's not a la-la building, it's a working building. And I think the windows, first of all, I find, I guess, having looked at them in all ways, I find them offensive. I think the 6/6s that are in the old building are more
Yeah,
receptive to what our buildings look like.
I agree. Now, Diane, buried somewhere in there, I thought I heard a motion.
Yeah, I made a motion to hold for revisions.
I
To,
know it was in there.
Could I just clarify something about, somebody said something about sand tone? What is sand tone?
Hey, Charlie, could you bring a sample of that or a color? Because I'm not sure that's going to be the appropriate color in this case. Sandtone is sort of, well,
A yellow
it's
tan.
kind of a beigey sort of color. I'm not sure that you're going to like it, Abby.
No, I don't think, I was imagining white. I don't know why.
Okay, we'll get some samples.
Okay, that would be great. You know, Andersons are available in a certain palette of colors, very limited. But Sandtone, I don't think is really appropriate for this location. Okay, so listen, Diane did make a motion to hold for revisions. Sorry, were you going to say something else, Diane?
yes. No, I'll hold it, but I'd like to see basically a simpler building than the,
Totally agree.
the deal. Okay,
Okay.
thank you.
All right, thanks. So Diane has made a motion to hold for revisions. Abby,
Aye.
Stephen,
Aye.
The dip.
Val,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
chair is in favor, motion carries. Thank you, Charlie. We'll see you
Thank you.
next time.
Mr. Chair, can I have just one question?
please.
What color would you suggest that we look at? A darker scheme or
Quaker gray or white?
gray?
Quaker gray.
Gray is really safe. Gray is totally safe. Yeah, let's start there.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. Okay,
Thank you all.
thanks. Brooke, are you there, friend?
I'm here.
Okay, so we got a new dwelling at 11 Finback. Okay,
Yep. It's the final lot.
Brooke, I gotta pick up what you emailed me, so hold on one
Yeah,
second.
and I also sent a bunch of elevations of the houses that are on the street. So hopefully that will be helpful.
I would just motion to approve this. It looks as nice as the rest of the houses in there.
okay, I'm good for that. All right, so which one in that little streetscape is it?
It's between lot 7 and lot 5. It's lot 6. It's the one with the X.
Oh, well, so where's our beautiful rendering?
More. Two more.
Okay, here we go.
Voila.
Sorry, guys.
Sounds like the ocean.
Yeah, that's Brooke.
It's in my veins, Val.
Ah.
Motion to approve.
I already said that.
I know, I'm just moving it along.
Okay, we're good. I'll take Val's motion. You did make a motion, right, Val?
Good, yeah.
Okay, all right. So there's a motion on the table to approve. Stephen,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye, I guess.
Diane,
Aye.
and the chair's in favor. So the motion carries, I guess, 3.5 to a half. The yes, I guess, only
Yeah.
counts half.
Thank you, Abby.
You're welcome.
Okay, thanks, Brooke.
All right,
Okay,
thank you,
next
guys.
up-
A 5-minute break, Mr. Chair.
Sure.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
that's actually a really super idea. I could use some water. 5 minutes, everybody. Reconvene.
Sounds good to me.
All right, I'll be right back.
Thank you.
You're welcome. That was good. That was a good call.
Well, we usually have one around 7, so it was like, whoa.
Yeah. Let's see. Looks like Abby's still gone. Diane, you're back. Steven's there. Okay. Let's see here. What's next up? Next up is a solar, right? Yeah.
Yep.
Do we want to continue? We do have a quorum. We can continue. We can start into it without Abby.
Sure.
Do we have an applicant up for this?
I don't believe he's here, Mr. Chair.
Oh, really?
Oh,
Wait
we
a minute,
was
I
earlier.
don't see him. He was here earlier.
Huh.
Oh, I'll send him a message.
Are we talking about Tim?
Yeah.
Let me email him.
Okay.
Thanks for the break call, Val. I was able to switch
That
over.
was a good one.
Much more comfortable
I'm
locale.
good like that.
Hey, Kathy,
Yes.
so you emailed him, but I think that in the interest of time, because
Mhm.
we're running short and in the interest of trying to get through this agenda, I think we should move on.
Sounds like a plan.
And if he shows up, we'll circle back. So can I have a motion from, oh, wait, hold on, sorry, we got Tim here. Okay. I just let him in.
Okay.
And Abby's back too. Okay, let's get this stuff up on the screen. Okay, Tim, are you on board?
I am.
Okay, great. Why don't you tell us what we got?
Sure. So this is a property on 7 Pheasant Drive.
Mhm.
It's the last building on a dead end road.
I see
It
that.
happens to be the Montessori school.
Oh,
It is a single story structure. The owners are putting a new black shingle roof on it.
okay.
And we are proposing to put 20 all black solar PV panels on the southeast elevation.
Okay, so let's see some photographs taken from Pheasant Drive, which appears like it will be the only visibility. Do you
That
have,
is correct. There it is.
okay, but it's on the backside.
It's on
Yeah.
the back side.
Okay.
Completely invisible to anybody.
Got it. Okay, thanks. And you said you were changing the roof color to black?
Correct.
All right, good. Board members? Anyone? Do I need to choose a victim? Oh, Val, are you muted?
I forgot I was muted. A plus plus Tim is what I said.
Yeah,
Thank you.
triple that.
All right. Any objections? If not, I would like a motion.
Motion to approve is submitted.
Thank you. Let's see, Stephen.
Aye.
Great. Abby?
I
Diane? Do we have Diane? Is she muted?
Muted.
yeah.
Okay, Abby, no, not Abby.
Aye.
Oh, thank you, Diane. Val, you're in favor of your motion?
Yes.
Chairs in favor, motion carries. There you go, Tim. Thanks.
Thank you very much, everybody.
All
Good
right.
night.
Good night.
Appreciate your
Okay,
help.
next up, 5 Pinecrest.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, good. Okay. Hi.
Hi.
All right.
Welcome to the HTC.
Yeah.
Thank you kindly.
Okay. Let's see.
This is Kyle Snell's property. It's a long skinny piece on Old South Road. If you look at the smaller scale site plan, it shows the rest of his property and his house in the back there with the circular driveway. Exactly.
Yeah.
That's very typical of that area.
Yeah. So this house has nothing, it has no relationship to the other house at all. He's building this. Yeah, he's building this for his daughters.
Okay.
And it's, I mean, if you look at the drawings, you'll see it's a really simple 2-story house with a porch on the north and a porch on the south, which is Old South Road. And just from the nature of accessing the house, the front door is facing away from the street, and the back door where those French doors are facing Old South. We're about 46 or 7 feet from his property line. There's the bike path. There are some bushes. I think Kyle will want to build a fence at some point between, probably, somewhere on his property near the bike path, just to create a little bit of a border. So I think that's all I have to say. It's pretty darn simple.
Okay, how tall is it? I can't tell from the reductions.
Oh, Lordy. Let me see. Oh, 2711.
Okay, thanks.
Which is kind of funny. 2711.
Okay, board
I'll
members.
go.
Yeah.
I know this area really well, and a lot of those dog legs are used by landscapers for their Quonset or plastic huts and materials and stuff. So there's a few houses there. Their back does face the road. It's in keeping with the rest of the neighborhood.
Thank you very much, Val. Who goes next?
I'll go. I think she's right. I'll okay it.
Okay. If anyone has or if there are no objections, we could probably move forward with the motion on this.
I would motion to approve this as submitted.
Okay, very good. How about you, Diane?
Yep. Yes.
Great. Abby?
Yes, aye.
Thank you. Stephen?
Good.
Val?
Aye.
Chairs in favor, motion carries. There you go.
Thank you. Kyle will be thrilled.
Great. And so you have one more here at 16 Shimo Pond.
Yep, that's Luke. He's right here.
Okay, great. Thanks, Cherry.
Thank you.
Hi, Luke.
Hey, hi, how are you guys?
Luke, welcome.
Okay. Exterior alterations. So what you doing there, Luke?
Okay, well, we are, if you look at the south elevation, we're removing the front porch.
Okay, hang on, Luke, hang on one second, because we're looking at photographs right now. I think what we need to be doing is looking at the actual drawn elevations. And if we stop at the south, everything's sideways. If we could format. There we go. Okay, south. Okay.
So you can reference the existing down below. They're trying to sort of clean up this house for their own personal reasons. So on the south elevation, they're wanting to get rid of the wraparound porch that's on the left of the entry.
Mm-hmm.
There's this really odd sort of pork chop or cantilevered second floor element that comes over the first floor to the far left, you can see.
Mm-hmm.
They would like to remove that to make it a little more standard.
Traditional. Yeah.
Then we're adding a deck on the right hand side that wraps around fully the other side. The Widow's Walk, they're wanting to extend it to create a nicer balance for the house overall. So we're extending it, I think, by about 6 feet, I think, something like that.
It appears to be centered on the door now.
Yeah, it's sort of centered. So what we're just trying to do is create a more balanced, centered entry to the house and a general approach. They're I think leaning towards a more formal approach to the house and a hope to achieve a more formal looking home.
Okay.
Than what they bought.
All right.
The west elevation really doesn't change much, with the exception of that pork chop that got removed, and the right-hand wraparound porch roof. that
Okay,
we're moving.
yeah,
If you go to the next page. Yeah, the top north elevation extended Widow's Walk. And then, as you can see, actually, that's bizarre.
what's bizarre?
Well, the middle section is supposed to remain as a roof. It looks like I somehow got, you see directly under the, underneath the Widow's Walk, there's an extent, right now we have a second floor balcony that goes all the way across.
Yeah,
So that piece right there that Holly's circling,
yes,
we had a revision that somehow my drawings must have gotten mixed up, and we're going to keep that as a roof.
like as we see in the existing.
Yeah, we're going to keep the existing. We're not going to have that hip element. It's just going to go straight back.
Okay, but you are adding the deck to the left of that.
But we are adding the deck to the left of that. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Hey, so can we go back to, just so I understand where this is, the photos and the locust plan? Okay, Shimo Pond Road, Brewster. Oh, yeah. Okay, right. And can we look at the photos? Okay.
I think I included some from the street to show how it's actually it has low visibility. So
Yeah,
yeah,
a lot of these are taken from the property.
that's from the driveway there.
The
Yeah,
last couple are from the street.
yeah. Okay. Right.
That's from the corner.
Yeah. Okay. Anything else, Luke?
No, that's it.
All right. Anyone care to start into this one?
I'm pulling it up on my thing so I can see it. The piece that you see from the street is actually the north, right?
East you see from
Luke?
No, it's the south, I think, right?
Well, I just looked at the photos and it looks like that little double, the dormer sitting on top of the roof and the chimney is what we saw from what was the street photo, I thought.
from the crossroads, that very, very last street photo.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's what you would see from right there, that one there.
Right, which is what's technically the rear.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. That was really what I wanted to know. So I think the majority of the changes are good. I was a little concerned about taking the porch off completely on the front, if that's what you could see, because now it's just a deck over a deck. But I think that faces away from the road, so I don't believe that there is any visibility of that. So I'm no longer concerned with that.
Okay. Well, so in short, you're not concerned about anything really?
No, I think the changes are an improvement.
Mhm. Okay, thanks. How about you, Diane?
I think so too. I think it's a complicated house facade.
Yeah.
And on Shimo Pond, I don't know, I guess some more modern houses that have been put there are that way, but otherwise taking out, if he could do the whole facade over, that would be good, but he can't. So I agree with what's done.
Okay. Thank you. Stephen?
Okay.
Oh, were you finished, Diane? I'm sorry.
Yep, I'm finished.
I thought so. Yeah. Okay. Stephen.
Yeah, I think it's a difficult, I think it's because of the existing architecture, it's difficult to come up with really elegant solutions. I think Luke's done a really good job with it, and I think that a lot of it isn't going to be visible. And I guess really where I'm going with that is just the amount of second floor deck without kind of having first floor additive massing. But there's no way to accomplish all of those goals at once. And again, I don't think it's going to be, it's going to have very limited visibility. So having said all that, I have no concerns.
Thank you. Abby.
Hi. So like, yeah, far too much decking for me on the back of the house. And the front of the house, I kind of like that piece of roof that sort of elongate. I mean, it kept the horizontal going. Now it looks a little bit rocket ship to me. So I'm not so in favor of the changes, but somebody's talking about lack of visibility, so.
Could I suggest, Abby, that, you know, my drawing's inaccurate and that rear, those rear full extended deck is going to have we could do like a staff approval for that middle roof to remain.
Yeah, I mean, I was talking about the south elevation, where that roof comes across to the far left. I like the way it breaks up that. And then and you're talking about the decking on the
north.
what is elevation is that? East? Can we go to the balconies?
The
The
north one.
decks, upper decks? Yeah, that. That's
The middle section. I'm going to keep that middle section as a roof.
okay.
Oh, Abby, I don't want to interrupt you. On the front, what they're hoping to do is they're not going to have it totally bare looking like that, but they're going on. Their hope is to like really dress up the landscape, which is going to really soften everything up, and that's why they wanted to have climbers and really soften up that left side. So that's why the porch didn't work for them.
Okay. Well, those are my thoughts, right?
Thank you, Abby. You know, this is limited visibility, and it's also like not the most well-designed house on earth. So, you know, I think that making these revisions to it are generally improvements. So I'm okay with this. That's it for me. Anybody want to make a motion on this?
Motion to approve with the deck modification that Luke was talking about on the
North elevation, yeah.
through staff.
Okay. Thank you. Diane.
Yeah, I go with Val's thing. I think it's a hard building to change around. So
Yeah.
that's it.
Okay. So that's a yes. So that was Diane. Stephen.
Aye.
Abby.
Yeah, I know it's a really hard piece of architecture, but I'm going to be a nay here.
Okay. Val.
I'm in favor of my motion.
Okay, and chair's in favor. So I think that motion carries 4-1. Is it 4-1? Did I get that count right?
Majority rules. Let's move.
All right. Okay. Motion carries. 4 in favor, 1 opposed. Thank you, Luke. Okay, now we have. Okay, so Mark, I got a question for you. You're
Mark here? Yeah.
You're muted. Fred.
Muted.
Oh, no, he's not muted.
I think I'm okay now, right?
You are okay.
Yep.
Hey, so Mark,
Yes.
is your company now called MCA Plus?
I guess it fit
Plus?
better on the agenda.
What?
Looks like it fit in there better. It's all right.
It's not just MCA, it's MCA Plus.
Plus,
I
a
love
whole
it.
lot more.
Okay, yeah, that's right. Okay, so now we're at 7 Starbuck Court.
Yeah.
Let me just check the time here. Okay, so it's set 8:42. We'll see how we do, but I can, at best possible scenario is that we make it through Nathan's stuff. So for the rest of you that are in the waiting room there, I would say you're going to have to wait. So, okay, Mark, 7
Yes.
Starbuck.
This is the old candle factory.
Oh, yeah, right.
And we probably, so very light improvements on the main or existing structure that's there now. If anything, maybe some of the suggestions are improvements to the structure, but really it will just get a wood roof where we believe there's an asphalt now, or some renovations to existing chimneys, but no change in their aesthetic whatsoever. So you're looking at the existing east elevation there, and then west elevations. I think if you continue down, you'll see, I'll make sure we're looking at the same thing. Yeah. And we've
Mr. Chair, we
clouded
have
HSAB, right?
I know.
Yeah.
I'll get right to you, Holly.
Yeah.
Don't worry.
So we have clouded those changes. We're actually working with another firm in Connecticut on this, who had a relationship with the new buyer. So existing west elevation above, proposed below. There's some lattice on the lower level that's being proposed to be removed and restoring sort of that open underside of the building, creating actually a small terrace space. There's a bit of and this is very deceiving because this all sits in a recess. If anybody that's familiar with this, if you look at the photographs on the screen to the left, you can see there's sort of a retaining wall to the abutting property that creates this cavity. And they're looking to capture some of this. This is where they hope to drop the condensers down inside of. We've noted that on the bottom drawing here. And sort of just clean up the existing foundation. There's no lift of this building. They're really going to just repair what is there and stabilize. A minor window change in the second floor, you'll see there, a minor window change on the first floor. Otherwise, it's just really getting, repair, trim, re-sidewall, wood roof. And
that's okay. So what we just saw is the extent of the changes.
Pretty much, yeah. They're going to replace the doors there on the south elevation as clouded. They're outswing. They want them as in-swing, but they basically will look the same gray. I believe that's the extent of the proposed changes.
Thank you, Mark. Holly?
Yes, sir. I do also want to let you all know that we did receive a letter from the abutters regarding the new dwelling on the new dwelling application. So I'll go over that when we get to
And that's about the tree, right?
Correct. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yep.
Mark, are you aware of that stuff?
Yes, I had some dialogue with the new owners yesterday about that.
Okay.
Okay.
I can add some clarity.
So let's stay on point. So Holly, can you just let me know what they had to say about this?
Absolutely. So as Mark has indicated, this is the old candle factory from Joseph Starbuck, who just to notate from HABS, Historic American Building Survey, that in 1852, he was listed in the richest men of Massachusetts.
Yeah.
Very significant. So HAB's comments, Starbuck candle manufacturing building, don't need to move windows, don't like the loss of the chimney. Why rebuild the chimney? Hate to see it removed inside. Like the lattice removal, you can see the structure's function. Could you restore the chimney and keep the original material? And the mortar needs to be the same size. So those were the basic comments to it. And I do appreciate the removal of the lattice. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Board members.
I think it's fine. I know that one window is moving, but in my mind, I think that's minimal enough to not be a detriment to this historic structure.
So the double ganged window is moving to the right.
Yeah,
And there's one above that looks like it's probably a double hung now that's going to half of a double hung, i.e. casement.
yeah.
Right. Okay, so you're okay with that?
I'm okay with this application, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Diane?
Yeah, I'm okay with it. I don't think the two window changes will really hurt the age of the building. So I think it's thoughtfully done. So
Thank you,
I'm all
Diane.
set.
Okay, Abby?
Well, Diane, the chimney, I think we
I
got to
thought they
keep
were
that.
going-
I think we have to keep the chimney. I think we're overlooking that by mistake.
Can I add a comment to that?
Yeah.
For clarity.
I
The
thought we were
chimneys,
keeping two
they're not,
chimneys.
they're not being removed. They are proposed to be reconstructed really just below, they'll take them only down below the roof line to be reflashed and then replicate them coming right back up again
Yeah.
as a masonry chimney. They should look no different. The owner is very particular about maintaining the look of this house and really making sure it looks unchanged, the structure
Great.
itself.
Okay,
So the main chimney core is not coming down inside the building for what that's worth. It's really just below the roof line and it'll come back up.
Okay, I believe you.
okay.
Now the roof is wood shingle,
We think right now it's some sort of asphalt, but we're proposing as a red cedar.
red cedar. Okay, good. And then the other thing is that window, and then the other window, and then the trellis is being removed.
Yeah,
Correct.
Oh, I see. Okay. And then that, whatever that thing is that's happening down there, it's really hard. Could you scroll to the, yeah, so this, what are those vertical lines?
The vertical lines will screen, Abby, the AC condensers, which will sit
Okay.
down in that well.
Okay, I'm okay with that. I just wanted to make sure. I guess it's a really important building. Thank you.
yeah, thanks, Abby. Stephen?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the clarification on the chimneys. I have no concerns with the windows. I appreciate the AC compressors being screened. Mark, I think you're way overcooled there. You got 5 units. You're not going to need them.
Probably for the rest of the property.
Yeah, or 4, sorry. It's still a lot. But yeah, I appreciate the thoughtfulness that went into the what appear to be relatively minor changes. Thank you.
Okay, I think we have liftoff, folks.
Oh yeah, motion to approve.
Sounds good. Thank you, Abby. Abby's motion to approve. Diane? How about Val?
Aye.
Stephen?
Aye.
Abby?
Aye.
Oh, there's Diane. Okay, thank you, Diane. Abby?
Aye.
Great. Chairs in favor, motion carries. Thank you. And next up is the cottage.
Chair, I do have comments, obviously, for the cottage. Do you want me to read the abutters letter into the record?
Is that the one that I saw one about the tree?
Yes, that's what it's about, but it's
Okay.
in reference to this new structure.
Oh, the cottage is new?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, all right.
Well.
So, yeah,
We
why
have
don't
a,
read the letter. I think everybody got a copy of it, but yeah, so there's this tree. Why don't you read the letter, Holly?
Yes, sir. So, dear Mr. Pohl and HDC commissioners, the undersigned butters of 7 Starbuck Court have reviewed the application before the HDC for a new dwelling on the reference property. We are concerned that an ancient sycamore maple, aged estimated of 50 to 70 years, is not shown on the project schematic. Others on the adjacent property are shown. We hope the absence of the tree on the 7 Starbuck Court property is an oversight. The tree in question sits almost on the property line shared with 4 Starbuck Court and 5 Mill Street. See photos and schematic following. It cannot pose any challenges to the project under consideration. We would very much appreciate it if you could confirm that there are no plans to eliminate this tree. Sincerely, Ann Dwitz from 5 Mill Street, Bill Little from 7 Mill Street, and Christine Sanford from 4 Starbuck Court.
Thank you. So Mark, what's the down low on that one?
Yeah, I think we were so focused on these huge trees on the site plan illustrated that we kind of just overlooked the one in the corner. There is
Okay.
no plan to remove that tree at all. I had a dialogue with Bill Little yesterday on that, who's the abutter to the rear of this property. The current owner, I think there's some privet there that they're looking to remove, that they'll need to remove to get the building in. But that tree will not be removed.
Okay.
Yep.
Great. Thank you.
I do have
Holly,
comments.
anything else not relating to the tree in terms of review?
Yes, we do have comments.
Okay, go ahead.
So in relationship to that comment from the abutters, there was a comment regarding the project area should be staked off, but okay with the building, but concern for the tree, it should be protected. And that was an overall concern. The tree committee should look at very visible and untouched from Starbucks manufacturing era. No concerns on building. Agree with effect on siting with the tree. And there was a large appreciation for the real chimney that is associated. So very good. The design is fairly simple. And I appreciate the 12/12 windows and the Boston sash. It's pretty good. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Holly. Okay, Mark, anything we need to know about this?
Not really, just obviously it sits, as you can see from the site plan, it will sit perpendicular to the very long existing candle factory, which I think actually complements it nicely. It will, it's 21 feet, 6 inches in height. All materials and windows and so on will be consistent with the existing structure on the property.
Can you say that one more time?
Yeah, all the materials as proposed in this building are to match those existing on the existing dwelling or structure on that
So
property.
does that mean like the window sizes are in keeping with the existing window sizes?
That's a good question, Ray, specific to size.
It doesn't seem like it.
No, they vary. I mean, we probably have 8 different window sizes on that building. So they're using a 6/6 here, which I think we do. Oh, that's a great question in terms of the light size.
I mean, it would only stand to reason that they're so close that they should match in terms of the scale of the windows.
Yeah, I wouldn't disagree with that comment. I would think that we could use a window type from the existing structure on this building.
No, when you say the existing structure, you are talking about the candle factory, right?
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, I'll give you this and we put it in the.
Abby.
My only comments. I was wondering about that 2/2 and up in the eave.
You mean the
It
floor
looks
light
kind
there, that little casement?
Yeah, it just looks kind of modern, and I was trying to figure out how we could make it look like it was older. And I am also concerned about the size. I want it to relate exactly to something back in the original candle factory building. So yeah, there's I don't know what that is. I mean, maybe it's just a smaller version of that might look a little less modern.
Okay. Anything else?
They're corner boards, right? On all corners.
Correct.
Yeah.
Is that it, Abby?
Yes. Thank you.
Okay. Diane?
Yeah, as far as just going back to the tree for a minute, Dale Gary should be contacted to make sure that he sees the tree. I always thought it was a town tree being its location. And if you take out the hedges and move equipment in to that area, the tree cannot be disturbed, its roots cannot be disturbed. And Dale Gary is the tree man from the DPW and is excellent. He is well aware of what's town and how to maintain it. So I would like to see that, because the trees in that particular yard are magnificent.
They are.
The little building is good. I just wonder, I think Abby mentioned that the window up in the east elevation, I think that's the one she was talking about.
No, she's talking about the one in the west elevation, the little four light.
The little four light.
Yeah.
Well, I don't think I have a problem with that. I don't know what else. It's sort of a typical size
An
for the.
awning.
Huh?
Go ahead, Diane.
So
Continue.
that is it.
Oh, okay.
It is a neat little building in a yard, and I'm delighted to see that it's maintained a good small size. Thank you.
I agree. Val.
I think the concern was only that that was an awning. And it looks like there's like a little catwalk so it can be opened. Or there's headroom there. But the only other comment I have is that the French doors on the original building have 15 lights, and these are a little bit different. I would like to see them match better, be more of a traditional style French door than this configuration. And I wasn't sure, probably can't see it, but the doors are directly opposite sides of each other. I don't know if that's a concern.
Yeah. Is that it?
Yep.
Thank you, Stephen.
Yeah, I'd just say match up fenestration with the main, and I'm good with the building proportions.
Yeah, it's charming. So how do we want to handle this? Because my only concern, if it's a concern at all, is that the windows and to Val's point, the doors should match what's happening on the other building. Is that a through staff, or is that a we want to see it kind of thing?
No, I think that's a through staff.
And then do we want to, Abby, do you want to see that four light just get smaller?
Yeah, either that or why can't it be like the east elevation? Or
what
the
do you
reason
think about
that it's
Mark?
It probably could. I think I like the charm of the four light, to be honest. If we could make it a little smaller, if that would make it less modern to Abby's perspective.
And the other danger that you run there, Abby, with the big window is that there's, unlike the east elevation, which is pretty much perfect, if you have those two big windows stacked, it's going to start looking kind of vertical. So personally, I'd be in favor of just making that four light a smaller four light, which would get to your goal.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. So does somebody want to make a motion that the basically the door and the windows will match what's on the candle factory, and that the four light on the west elevation would get smaller?
I'll make that motion.
And that's so moved.
Through staff, yeah.
Okay, through staff. Stephen.
Aye.
Diane.
Aye.
Abby.
Aye.
Val.
Aye.
Chairs in favor, motion carries. Okay, good. And now we have this one last thing. Hey, and Nathan, if you're in the queue, man, it's after 9, unless this is like a slam dunk type thing.
Is he here?
I don't know.
Oh.
I don't see him in the
I
queue.
don't either.
Okay, well, yeah,
Yeah.
you probably saw the handwriting on the wall. Okay, so can we have a site plan of this so I know where this is in relation to everything else? Huh,
A little bigger.
It's an existing building.
what?
It's an existing wagon house,
Oh,
garage.
oh. Okay,
There's no footprint or exterior envelope change or modification, just fenestration changes.
oh, well then tell us.
Sure. Oh, yeah. Okay.
All right, starting with the, so we got comparisons. If you want to go to your scroll down to elevations, maybe.
I couldn't find an age on this structure.
Did HSAB say anything about this?
Yeah, do we have comments?
Oh, yes. Let's see. Don't want to see it losing character with windows. 9 light, so simple. Make simple but untouched the character. Bill Little kept his garage as is, which is no
What?
butter.
Sorry, what was that comment about the 9 light window?
9 light, so simple.
Oh, so they're interested in keeping it.
Correct.
Yeah, okay.
Application. Oh, well, no, more about that. Agree to they like the fact that they're utilizing the existing structure, but I was concerned I couldn't find anything on the history of it, so I'm glad you were able to indicate at least what the use of it was. So thank you.
Sure. So yeah, you can see there the existing. So I think they're referring to the removal of that 1 9 light on the far left to be a 4 light to match the others. And then the east elevation, just centering the window on the gable form and adding a 4 light above. These side elevations are very limited in visibility, including the north elevation. You actually have to be in people's yards to be able to see these, but I might add. And then scrolling on.
You said that you'd have to be in people's yards to see this. In other words, it's not visible from a public way.
Not north nor east, correct?
Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
South and west.
You can see they're right on the property line, the building itself. And the south, I would say, when you get to the bottom of Starbuck is more visible. And right now it's a series of sort of beadboard batten door structures that run across the facade. They're proposing here, we've got the windows and maintaining 1 bay on the far right. And then I think we have 0 fenestration on the west currently. If we scroll up just a little bit, yeah. And we're proposing a door and a window on that elevation. Yeah.
Okay. The same deal. I can't imagine you can answer this right now, but those 6/6 windows, do they have any kind of reference back to the original building?
No, I think they're actually more similar to what was in the structure you just reviewed. So if we were to modify those windows to match something on the main house, I think we would do the same here to be consistent.
Right. That's completely logical. Okay. Board members? Oh, Holly, you already read, right? Yeah, okay.
I'll go.
Yeah, thanks.
So for me, the south is really the only concern because you said it's probably the only side you can see. I think 4 windows in a row is too modern. One of those windows closest to the garage door that you're keeping as a garage is in a storage area. Can that go away and maybe just less windows? It's so the rhythm.
Al, what if it were a door to match the one on the west elevation? We actually made it an access door.
Oh, that's nice.
A door would be better. It's too I don't know,
uniform
and perfect.
Okay.
Help. And then again, I would just say make the windows match what you've done prior, all the way around,
Okay,
including the 4 light.
right. Thank you, Val. Diane?
Yes, I think that's a good idea, and I like the idea of the last window to the left on the south elevation to be a door that will give it a little creativity, I guess. And interesting barn, the old one, the white one that we have a picture of. It's funny that if you put the existing south elevation up and looked at the elevation on the photograph, they wouldn't look like that at all. But I like what he has proposed, so that's what I would go with. Thank you.
Thank you, Diane. Abby?
Yeah, I think it's great. I would put a batten door on that far left one on the south elevation. So it looks like the one on the west. And yeah, no, I think it looks good. Thank you.
Okay, great. Stephen?
Yep, I agree with what's been said.
Okay, so I'm ready for a motion.
Just one point of clarity before we go there.
Oh, yeah.
Are we correct? I thought Val, or what I had at least suggested is that maybe the window to the left of the garage doors in the proposed south elevation,
Oh.
that would be the door.
Yes.
Because it goes into a storage area, just to be clear. And then we keep the 3 windows to the left.
Yes. Yep.
Which would match the ones on the cottage, which would match the ones on the candle factory.
Yes, the door itself would match this door.
No, I was talking about the windows.
Yes, correct, Ray.
Yeah.
Yep.
Or at least relate proportionately, because this structure might need something slightly different, but.
Agreed.
That's fair. Yep. Okay. Somebody want to make a motion?
I make a motion to approve through staff with the south elevation changing the door to the left of the carriage doors into a batten door.
The window to the left.
I mean, the window, sorry. And that all windows tie in with the changes we've requested on the other structures to match the main house.
Right. Sounds pretty good. Thank you, Val. Abby?
Aye.
Great. Stephen?
Aye.
Thank you. Diane?
Aye.
Thank you. Val?
Aye.
Chair is in favor. Motion carries. Okay.
Thank you very much.
There you go. Thanks. All right. Now, I saw this little thing come up from Nathan while we were reviewing that. Is he on or?
Can you see us?
Yes. So listen, it's 10 after 9. Are you guys okay just moving forward with these 2 Lily Street things in Sconset? Yeah.
How quick, what do they entail? I'm sort of winding down here.
Yeah, me too. But so
Well, we can come back next week.
well, how challenging are these?
I always think it's 60 seconds.
All right,
Even
I'm
if
blocking
you just
it.
say yes, it takes more than 60 seconds, unfortunately.
It's really simple, but we can wait till next week if you'd like.
Let's just go. Let's go.
I'm with you. I say, let's just do it.
Yeah, let's
Okay.
just, let's
This
move.
is our last 2 though.
But this is the last 2, and I've already told everybody else that that's it. So I said we might get through Nathan and company, but so let's go.
All right.
2 more.
Oh, okay.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah.
we have comments from Sconset.
Okay, let's go.
So we know 7 Lily Street is Crow's Nest, which was one of Edward Underhill's cottages.
Okay, good.
You all have seen work out there before, I guess. This is revisions. Elevation.
Oh, okay, so what I have on my agenda, the first thing is a fence.
Fence. My apologies. Fence right here. And as far as the Wisconsin advisory goes on the fence, they were fine with it. So
Thank you. Okay. All right. So Nathan, you want to just give us a quick sort of little review of where this fence is going, and then we can presumably approve.
It's on a slight plan. It's right in front of the front door. There's one gate, and the rest is privet across the front yard. And then we have a gate right next to the garage, perpendicular,
Yeah, see that?
with a fence.
Yep. Little section of fence.
Yep. And then we have two gates at the, right there.
Okay.
And that's it, Mr. Chairman.
Now, let me ask you something, Nathan. So is the fencing going between those two gates that I see?
No, there's already one there.
There is. Okay, so what you're proposing is that actually 3 gates, right?
Yes.
You're proposing 3 gates, and you're proposing 2 very short lengths of fence that bind these gates back to the buildings.
Yes.
That's it.
Yes. Yes. Except
Okay.
for the little L-shaped one in front of the garage, and the gate all by itself in the front of the entry.
Of the house
Yes.
on Lily Street.
Yes.
Yep. And the one coming off the back of the house.
Yes. They're all picket.
Right. Okay.
36 inches.
Okay. Very good. Comments from the board?
I'm fine with this application.
Okay. Like it. Anyone else?
Sounds good to me.
All right, Diane, thank you. Abby,
Yes.
you good? Are you good with the application?
Oh,
you are. Okay, so then why don't we just cut to a motion?
Motion to approve is submitted.
Thank you. First person I'll ask is Stephen, because I didn't let him weigh in on this, so.
You knew I was going to make a motion to approve. Let's go.
Oh, you are? Okay. Well, Val beat you to it. Are you in favor of her motion?
I am.
All right, thanks. Diane,
Aye.
Abby,
aye.
Val,
Aye.
Mr. Pohl. Aye. Okay, motion carries. Okay, now we have a relocate fireplace. And so Holly, I think that you and your group, or Wisconsin Advisory, had something to say about this particular thing, right?
yes, so they were really at the end of the day understanding that there was an added chimney on the elevation. You can see where it is in the middle. Now it's going to the end.
Okay.
And looking at the floor plan, it's fairly clear that it's just for additional chairs. But the notation from them was that it is uncharacteristic for a chimney to be on the exterior with the Underhill cottages. So just want to annotate that. There was concern on the exposed chimney itself, if you see on the end. Just because most of the chimneys are centrally located. There was a comment of possibly shortening the height of the chimney to keep it in relationship to the existing chimney. That this is gas. So there was a question of maybe having a gas with a shed in between, like a shed roof or some sort to mitigate it between the 2 windows. Seeing how it's going to
have a little shed that shingles
Yeah.
on top the chimney.
yes, to
go to that.
keep it more of that, that quaint
Enclosed, yeah.
type of structure of the Underhill. So
Yeah.
those were pretty much their comments, and I agree.
Val?
I think that's a great idea. Nathan, is that possible?
Yes.
Okay.
It would certainly
Yes.
work for me. Anything else, Val?
No, I think it's very sensitively done.
Okay,
Thank
thanks.
you.
Diane?
I agree. I think it's very well done, and the handling of the chimney is fine.
Okay, great. Abby?
we could add an owl on the top of that. I'd be really happy.
Okay.
Okay. And by the way, I do think that you can shorten that chimney by at least a foot, maybe two.
I really can't because I'm within 10 feet of the upper ridge. So that's the 3 feet for
No, I
10.
thought it was 2 feet, friend. Isn't it 2 feet?
Excuse me, it's 2. So
Yeah.
it's 2. So I'll shorten it to 2.
Yeah. And then, you know, I think it would look fine with an owl on it.
Okay.
That was you, Abby, right?
Yeah, I'm done.
Okay. And Stephen.
I think a shorter owly chimney is the way to go.
All right. I think we got liftoff. So
Mr. Chairman, just to ask, we're talking about putting a shingled shed.
Yep.
Instead of, okay.
So
that's a good idea.
Nathan, so imagine a little shed that would basically cover the bottom portion of the chimney, out of which would stick the top portion of the chimney. So
Right.
you have that big wide mass of brick at the bottom.
Right, that's a good solution.
It
Yeah.
will save you some money.
It will
Okay,
save.
yep.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Can I have a motion?
That's my motion, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so the motion is to do a shed that would encompass the lower portion of the chimney. Chimney gets 1 foot lower and has an owl on top. That is Val's motion. Abby,
Aye.
Stephen,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
chairs in favor, motion carries.
Is that through staff?
Yes.
Thank
Through
you.
staff.
Through staff.
Thank you for
yeah.
hearing us after 9 p.m.
Well, it's nice to see, so you guys don't have to come back on Tuesday. Of next.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah, have a nice night. Thank you.
John, and
all
on-
right, so
Thank you.
what's that?
You guys are troopers. The town of Nantucket is lucky to have you. I mean,
Are you motioning for us to adjourn?
no, I wanted to say that.
Yeah.
I believe it. And I was
They
just,
are lucky to have us.
I was just gonna say,
You too.
Okay, you
and
got
how
to get
and
punchy.
how modest we are, Val.
You're getting punchy.
I was going to suggest, Mr. Chair, I had sent Terry some changes. I had a question on some of the minutes listed to approve. If we could hold the minutes of July 21, 28th, and August
We'll
3rd.
hold on that, Stephen. Absolutely. Okay, so no Thursday meeting. Next meeting is next Tuesday. Hey, can we just vote in
The
I'm
Matticat
looking-
thing?
what's that?
The Matticat thing?
There's no Matticat thing.
No,
No,
I'm
actually there
I'm
is.
trying to get
So-
Tucker Knock on the Matticat. I thought that would be easy.
Well,
do.
actually, well, I think that it is. So the idea is that Tuckernuck Advisory has always had this difficulty getting their board together. And I'm pretty sure that it was Abby that said, well, why don't they just roll Tuckernuck into Matticat Advisory so that you have those board members just covering Tuckernuck as well. It seemed like a logical thing. But what do
But
you
do
guys
the Tucker Knockers agree with that?
This is coming from the Tucker Knockers.
Yeah, see, so
Tucker Knockers.
for those of you that don't know, Abby's brother sits on that board, and so she's got sort of a link into that group.
Okay.
Just for
That
clarification,
cult.
are the Tucker Knockers looking to be dissolved, or are they looking to be involved with the Matticat group too? And it, you
No,
know,
they don't want to be dissolved. They just want, that I think that Matticat would have it has a good idea of Tuckernuck being closer and having, boats that go over there. There's a connection between Matticat and Tuckernuck.
no, I get that. What I'm asking is, does your brother who's on the Tuckernuck want to be still active and sit with Matticat, or are they all just looking to not be involved anymore?
No, they want to be involved.
Okay.
Uh-oh. So that's way more difficult. That's more difficult because there's probably like 4 or 5 Tuckernuck Advisory board members, and we can't just say to Matticat Advisory, oh, guess what? You've got 5 new additional.
Let me clarify that.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, so I thought, Abby, that what they were hoping to do is disband and just have their work taken over by Mattocket Advisory, which would have been very straightforward, but this is less so.
Let me find out.
Okay, okay, good. Well, at least we had the discussion.
I don't think they want to give up their
No.
position.
Yeah,
to-
I just wanted to be clear.
Well,
before-
I'm glad that we talked about it because that probably wouldn't work. But then there's this, the web page, including the vote in the background summary.
Oh, so that's been circulated a few times now. I'm happy if we could take a vote on it and just be done with it.
That's all we need to do, right, is formalize it?
Yeah, and I don't have it in front of me, but whatever the summary and mission statement or summary background and mission statement, however we titled it. Now, I know that there's one revision and I don't have the particular language, but I believe that what we want to do is strike the portion that under the highlighted portion, there is a sentence. Yes, Holly, thank you. That mentions the Nantucket Historical Commission. And then there's another sentence with a link. And we would take out the sentence, that sentence, basically just leave the rest of it intact.
Okay.
So that would be my motion to approve that. The reason we would strike that is they're working through their own process and they're going to be working through a process through the select board on what their role is.
Yes.
So as opposed to having to revote this at some point, we just remove what's there now and move forward.
Can I say something, please?
Yes, please.
I have been in touch because I was one of the first people to sit on this commission back with Aaron. And the present board of the Nantucket Historic Commission would like and has felt badly that the HDC has not backed them up. I think they would be very sad to have us remove them from one of our.
Diane, that's not what I suggested.
No.
Please be the screen. What I've suggested is we don't name what their mission is because it's not our place to do so.
Right.
What stays in, Diane, please let me finish because you are not clear and I want to be clear. What stays in is worth noting too, a strong contributor to Nantucket's preservation related protections is the Nantucket Historical Commission, NHC, and then we provide a link to their webpage. That's what I've suggested. I'm not suggesting we take anything away from them because I don't think it would be appropriate to do so.
Correct. That's the way I read that.
Mr. Chair, that's what I recommended way back when you all were first talking about this, is just mention them and then have a link, and that's.
Oh, okay. Good. So, all right, look, so what we're hoping to do here is just someone move to adopt this language, and the language being striking the portion there that's in green, but everything else intact. Did I say that properly, Stephen?
Yes, and Mr. Chair, my understanding is that that actually comes from the Nantucket Historical Commission themselves. They're working on it.
Excuse me, but I talked to the Historical Commission this morning at 10 o'clock and at 11 o'clock, and that's not what they had in mind. But you do whatever you think is best.
Well, then that is news to me, Diane, and I would ask that we hold this because I need some clarification. Because my understanding was that this was pretty much their request because they're working on a mission statement that they represented in front of the select board a meeting or two ago.
But they needed us to help, and that's what they said at 10 o'clock this morning when I had a conversation with the head person.
Yeah, I'll also say that, that commission right out of the gate was going to try and oppose an HDC decision at the select board. So, I'm concerned about the.
Yeah, we ought to be talking with them a little bit more instead of wiping stuff out or them saying they were going to.
Mr. Chairman, I have
gonna
to
challenge-
protest. I was informed that this was asked to be removed consistent with the Historical Commission's presentation to the select. Diane, I'm sorry, please let me finish. I was told that this was consistent with that. That was my understanding, that they were representing a different revised mission statement.
They are.
Of the select board, which they are, which I listened to. And I also listened to them saying that they would like our assistance with the certified local government. Perhaps these things are being mixed up. I don't know. Again, what I've suggested is, as opposed to having there be any confusion or any animosity between ourselves as commissioners, that we simply hold on voting this.
Fine. Okay. That's fine too. Although Holly did say that this was discussed, this elimination of this green highlighted item. So,
Mr.
right.
Chair, and I know it's getting late, but just to clarify, when we first read this as staff with you all as a commission months ago, from what Stephen has proposed, I did mention that it would be nice to have the historical commission, and it would literally, that's all it is, and link it. I did also, mention to Stephen previously, because this is going before the their particular mission statement is going before the select board, which, as you all know, I'm staff liaison to both commissions. I was there. That this would be the best thing to do, is just get you guys' information out there, that what you've been working on for such a long time, Stephen.
Right.
You've been doing such a great job doing this, that this would be the best bet, is to just take that. It's not necessary. It gives the link right to them. So that's my piece. Thank you.
Thank you, Holly. I agree with what you said. Stephen, I'm going to leave this one to you. Would you rather hold it, or would you rather vote on it?
I'll hold it, and I'll touch base. Well, I'd ask that Diane get some clarification on whether the text in orange is a concern. The reason, I don't want to belabor this, but the reason that I had added that was because a reasonable person looking at this would wonder, well, why is there a historic district commission and a historical commission? Aren't they the same thing?
Right.
So put in what their current mission is from their webpage. The reason I understood to strike it was simply because that mission was going to change. To be expanded, perhaps, or not, I don't know. That's not our ballywhack. That's the only reason I suggested the change after Holly had approached me about it. So I'm fine any way you guys want to go with it. I don't want it to be a point of contention.
Let's just get clarification, and then we'll revisit this.
Okay. Thank
Yes,
you.
because there is one other thing. Going back to when Aaron and I did this ages and ages ago, is the federal government has put a mission state up for the HDC, Historic District Commission, and it states exactly what their mission is. You can't go around changing the HDC mission because you want to. It is
Diane.
already etched in stone going back. I've studied it. Have you studied it for 25 years? I have.
Diane, I please would appreciate that you don't make this personal. What is in the mission statement is what is in the act that is the Historic District Commission's mission. So I don't know where you're getting this level of animosity, but number one, I think it's not warranted. And number two, I don't appreciate it. Thank you.
All right. So look, we gotta end this one on hopefully a somewhat positive note. We're going to withdraw this. We're going to ask some questions, revisit it. But in the meantime, I think we're probably ready to adjourn.
Yes, and I'll make
Wait,
that motion.
hang on, Mr. Chair, sorry. You didn't make a motion for the remainder of the
Oh, you're right. You're right.
I'll make that
items
motion.
28 through 43 need to carry over to the beginning of the next old business meeting, correct?
That's my motion.
That's up to you.
Thank you. So the motion again is to hold items 28 through 43 to the beginning of next Tuesday's old business agenda. Diane,
Aye.
Stephen,
Aye.
Val. Did she leave?
She clocked out.
Oh, Abby,
I,
chair's in favor. If she's, well, we do have a majority, so there we go.
So,
Uh,
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion to adjourn. And Diane, I'll just offer, if you want to chat tomorrow, I'm happy to chat with you. I'll give you a call.
Okay,
Okay, I'll call her up tomorrow. And somewhere I have the CD that I got from the federal government with all the stuff in it. And we'll put something together so that we can work together as the two commissions. That they don't have complete similarity. That's all.
okay.
Each
Gotcha.
has
Thank you.
the separate charge.
Thank you.
Okay, now I believe there, in your thing, there was a motion to adjourn, correct, Stephen?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so on Stephen's motion to adjourn, Abby,
aye.
Val's still gone. Diane.
Aye.
Diane. Stephen?
Aye. Sorry, didn't hear you. I was laughing too hard.
No, I just called you once, but I think we lost Diane too.
No, she's still there.
Yeah.
Yeah, so are you in favor of Stephen's motion to adjourn?
Aye.
Okay, great. Thank you. Chairs in favor.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Good night, everyone.
Thank you, everyone.
night.
Nice night. Good night,
Night.
everyone. Thank you, Kathy, Holly. We'll talk to you.
Thank you, Ray.
Thank you,
Bye.
ladies.
Thank you,
Thanks,
Stephen.
Kathy,
Thanks,
Holly,
Diane.
both of you for leading us through.